Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Surprise! Here I am, everybody. I put a 1 in the chat. If you can't see and hear me, you're going to show up right over there. Didn't think I was going to be here today, did ya? But we're going to get into some Satisfactory. I've been very unlucky on Satisfactory lately. We're going to try to power through it. We're going to at least get some time in on Satisfactory here because we have all sorts of cool stuff still to build. We're trying to finish this mega playthrough. I feel like I just never have enough time to do everything. You know what I mean? There's just too much stuff to do. All at the same time, so we're going to get into it. We're going to play some Satisfactory tonight, everybody. We're doing some mega building. As you can see, the sun is rising way off there in the business. We got tons of vertical mega building there. We still haven't even tore all this stuff down over here. We've got our Christmas build here, of course, with our cool Christmas thing here as well. Very, very cool with our trains going around there and our vehicles driving around. I think it's pretty neato. You can see here it comes. Just driving around. It's all automated. Gingerbread trucks just driving around there. And underneath there, you can see the train coming through. And it goes down underneath there. There we go. There's a red train. And that's all it does, everybody. It just loops like a little loop train around the thing itself. We got presents running around. We have all the little cars just driving around. You can see them just kind of driving around the big old tree there. And again, that's from Kismets, everybody. We're going to leave that in the playthrough. That's pretty fun. Kind of leave that in there, let it do its thing. And we've got a lot of railroads to do now. Our big goal that we tried to do last time before the power got knocked off, and then it kept going on and off and on and on. So I had to pull it from the wall because I don't have surge suppressor anymore because my surge suppressor got killed by a surge. You'd think a surge suppressor would be help not die against the surge. The whole point of a surge suppressor is to do it. But that was a massive surge, and it surged, killed the surge suppressor and my old machine. But that was like 8-9 years ago. It was a while ago. But I don't believe in surge suppressors. The best surge suppressor you got, everybody, unplug it. Unplug it from the wall, then there's no way it's going to arc into your machine and wipe your machine out. So if the storms get real bad, I'm going to be doing that. Just a heads up. But let's say hello to everybody in the chat, then we'll get into it. Hey, there's the G. What's up, Rotisserie G? So you guys are, I appreciate you hardcores, everybody. You hardcores who are like, oh, Kismet's on. Let's go see what he's doing. I appreciate everybody who does that, who comes in and hangs out here in the stream. Also, PETA hardcore. Just Kismet, I'm here. Let's get that hype and love going. And hello, Rotisserie G. I see you waving at me there. We also got Paul in the chat saying hi, bringing that love as well. I appreciate it. Peter with the one. We got Thurbrick in there as well. We got Funky Dude. What's up, Funky Rude Dude? How you doing over there? Hello, hello. Saying hi to everybody. We also got Paul. We got Rotisserie G bringing those ones. I appreciate it. Thurbrick also saying hi, tipping the hat, and showing some love right there as well. So again, everybody, we ain't going to give up on this. We ain't going to give up on this playthrough. We got lots and lots to do. So I say, let's get into it. All right, look at all these nodes, everybody. We got nodes on top of nodes on top of nodes. You're like, well, Kismet, how can you see? Oh, look at all those biddies. How can you see all the nodes? Well, I can see all the nodes because I put a bunch of radar towers down. Now, those radar towers are helping us see where everything is at. We can see we've got one right here, or that's space elevator, actually, right over there by the space elevator, because you can see this rounded edge, right? So we zoom way in here. Maybe there's one in there somewhere. Where did I put it? I can't see it. It's hiding behind something, I'm sure. Let's go to this one over here. There we go. And as you can see, again, it has this large thing and it's telling us that we still have some resources that we can gather in that area. We've got another radar tower there. See, as they overlap, see, I have a little bit of overlap so that it can get every square inch of the map. Same thing up here. This one has a bit of an overlap there and so on. Now, this is more nodes than you'll ever need, everybody. And I could have finished the game about 50 times over now. And I've finished it several times in the 1.0 and later version. Right now, we're rocking 1.1, I believe. Let me go back and look. Yeah, still 1.1 version. And they're back in the office working away. I saw a video the other day of them back at it. And that's a good thing. We also have our stuff right over here. Ours, well, our hub here. Now you can see in our hub, everybody, we finished everything. We've actually are on phase 5. All we have to do is put those things in there and finish the space elevator and we're done. But we don't necessarily need to do that because you can have a separate mission other than just playing the game itself. I wonder why the sound is not coming through. I might have the sound muted. Let's go see. No, I hear it. I hear it very lowly. What's going on with our audio? Oh, our audio is really low. Yeah, there we go. Crank that up just a little bit more. Yeah, there we go. And we'll crank it up over here as well. Yeah. All right. I do like to hear the sound. It's very important. As you can see, everybody, we have a bunch of railroads running over here. We've got them all interconnected along with a bunch of interconnected hypertubes. We can see that it's bringing the quick wire in right there. It's going to drop that off, and that quick wire is going over there producing a ton of resources over here. We have a bunch of oil and other resources being dropped off. In this case right here, we can see that we've got a bunch of coal coming out of there, and that coal is then being run over here and also being used here to make diamonds, which are also making other resources. And one of the cool things about this game, everybody, I'm playing a local game, but you can also do it on the server, is that you can set all this stuff up and let it run. Now, very organized, very beautiful over there, everybody. We've also got some vertical towers that we've done. Again, I built very simple. I call it the basic, the super, and the mega build as well. And then also we have a little bit of spaghetti over here just for fun. It's okay because this allowed us to progress at the maximum speed without having to build massive infrastructure for no reason. So we built a bunch of stuff here. This actually can be all removed now. Because we have more than enough resources. All those resources are being run into the dimensional depot here. And anytime I say pull out some plates, everybody, see how it just fills those plates right back up again. Just like that. That actually is happening way off in the distance over there at a remote plant, and its job is just to basically produce plates and then put them in the dimensional depot. Good to do that with all your basic resources. Just get your basic resources running in the dimensional depot, and then you can, of course, keep expanding into more and more complex systems. Now, our main thing we've been doing is right over here, where we have been bringing in oil and putting it right over here, like this. Forget how to put my weapon away. Hide. H. There we go. As you can see, we're bringing oil in. Now, our oil here goes all the way across the map here, and you can see that our oil train goes all the way over here, picks up all this oil way over here, what I call the lake oil. It'll grab all of that and then go ahead and run that back. Now, there's also a bunch of coal over here that we'd like to get to, and that over here as well. But what we really want to do is establish all of our train lines. And one of the things that we were doing was we were kind of running up this way, and then we were going to run it through this lower part and run it clear across over here to this oil, crude oil. Now, along the way, you can, of course, spike it off of that main line to basically get all this other coal. And then also we can continue this upward up to here. And across here, we go across, get all these resources. But really, the other bit of resources is way back here. This oil and this oil here. And we're just trying to tap into all the oil in the game that we can get to. Again, there's some there. And yeah, so if we do the one across here, we can also go up and have it come back. There's some here. I think that's the one I just looked at. Yeah. So we might want to just do it right through the center there. So bring this across, run it through the center, get that oil, and then that, of course, will match up to this oil as well. And then, of course, have an alternate route where it'll go through here, get the rest of this, maybe come back, come down through here. And bring all that oil back to a central mega base, which is where we're going to be doing a lot of our resources and stuff. Right here, we're going to be building a big power plant that we can utilize in the long run. You can see I've got this down, everybody. Look at how beautiful my trains are. Look at them go. That's the oil train there. That's a long one, boy. That's a big oil train. Whoa, look at the colors. You like it? Yes, I do use color coding for letting me know certain things. Like you can see the yellow here, that's for roads. Red is for trains. Blue is typically for storage. And orange is typically for production, right? Like say you're going to put something over here to be produced, like, plates and all of those things. One of the things that we have been working on was this spiral over here. And this is not just a spiral, everybody. This is a perfect spiral. Which you won't see all too many places because I'm the one who went in and made it happen. And as you can see, we have a perfect spiral here that allows us to go up and down. And we have this over here where we can go ahead and run this into our current system. So I kind of feel like we'll pick up right there and just go ahead and run our train lines over this way. And get them to run across here. We can tie this into our main power eventually. Let's go ahead and do that one. Now, of course, this is an incoming and an outgoing train line. Now, of course, if we want it to turn right here, we want to go ahead and say, where do we want this one to actually turn? If we want it to turn on this line and then this one to turn on this line, I'd probably do the outside one first because this one's already ready to go. Yeah, we need to actually back that up just a little bit. And then what we'll want to do is end up on this side over here, running this way. Now, I highly recommend that where you want to end up is where you go ahead and run your lines. Like that. It's going to make it way easier. And if you notice, I do it right on the foundation. I typically will go ahead and do this, and then you'll see it'll flip around usually. There we go, automatically. In the direction I'm pulling the line. Again, putting these train lines in. Boom. There we go. Now, that's where I want to end up. Now, what I did is I found the corner and I backed it up by 2. Right? So the third one is the one I want it to be. So basically, it's going to go here, curve around this corner, and then curve around to match up to here. But this one is a little too close because you can only have a line that's only 1.5. So we want to back that up a little bit. And then again, say this is our curve edge. We're going to not count that one, and we're going to count this 1 back and then 2 back. Oh, that is crooked. Oh, I don't like it when it's crooked. Let's fix that again. Oh, there we go. So again, 2 back would be right here. So what we've done is we've established both sides. Notice that I can levitate up, and that's because the power is coming down the track. And then I can just go like that. See how easy that is? Now we've got a problem on this one, that this one's a little too close, right? Because we want this one to come through and kind of bend the same way. So we actually want to back this one up by 1 to give us that option. Now I'm going to have it end at the same point because we're going to probably work on how it turns over here in just a moment. But we want to get this angle to basically match up to where they don't bump in there. Now, because of the way angles work, everybody, the part in between, this middle part here, is not always perfect, right? You can actually adjust it a little bit to make it perfect if you want. I don't really worry about it all that much. You just want to move it forward by about, say, half a step and try to get that to go. But really, I use a two foundations, then this is the curve actual foundation, and then 2 more as the default. That'll all work out great. We've also got our blueprinter here, which was just here temporarily. So we're going to go over here, and we're going to go ahead and clear this. By the way, you don't have to go in the front of this. You can just clear it from this side as well. We're going to clear that. And then we can go ahead and take this out like so. There we go. And then we want to figure out how are we going to tie these lines into these lines. Probably one of the best things to do, of course, is to bring it around to here. Now, I can just do the arc, everybody, but I'm not a big fan of doing the actual arc itself. I'm more of a fan of doing the straight lines first, right? So you want to bring your straight lines, say, across like this. And then we're going to do the same thing we did on that other one. We're going to inset that one by 1, just to kind of get ahead of the curve here. And then, literally... and then do that, and then, of course, back this one up by 1. See, this one's here, so we'll go back by 1, and then our curves will just work themselves out nice like that. Now, we can go ahead and tie into our current system because there is a line here. Now, the problem is which direction is the train going, right? So if I was going to bring the train in, is this an outgoing or an incoming line? And honestly, I don't remember because we've been trying to play, but I've been losing power and all sorts of crazy stuff has been happening. So let's go find out which way that this is going to be. Now, if you notice, this has power, and that's because I've run the power to it. But we're going to go ahead and ride on the train, which is one of the funnest things to do in the game, by the way, is to set yourself up a bunch of trains, and then we're going to go up the perfect spiral. Is it really perfect? How did you make the spiral with supports every 180-degree angle? For me, it only works at 90-degree angles, if that makes sense. It does make sense to me, Brainstorm. The problem is that if you do the 2 foundation offset, it actually doesn't work. And in fact, my Patreon supporters actually get the blueprints. They can do this, take my blueprints, put it in there, and build the perfect spiral. Do you notice that my train is not slowing down? My train is not going like this, right? It's not porpoising, which trains have a tendency to do. Oh yeah, we're going the wrong way on this. We are going the wrong way. What I did was, you can actually go back and watch it on a previous playthrough on this, because these are all in episode numbers, by the way. You can go back and look at my YouTube, youtube.com/KismetBP. There's a playlist there for Satisfactory. You can go back in the episodes and actually watch me build that from scratch in a previous playthrough. But basically, what I did was, instead of just starting with, doing it offset by 2, I actually used the ramps to get the perfect offset. Because if you notice that the way that this hits the walls is not exactly where the walls line up, right? So if you go in and you say, hey, I want to put a foundation here, you can see the foundation actually snaps way up here, but mine are down further. Now, why are they down further? Well, if you actually try to build the same thing, but you build them out of ramps, you'll notice that those offsets are not equal to the way that the foundations are. Let me go ahead and show you. If you go in and you say go like this, and we're going to use our zooping here, and you build this, and then you say, okay, well, now I'm going to put a flat point up here, right here, and then I'm going to build a nice little spiral walkway here using ramps like this. And again, if you figure out what the offset is, 8 this way, 8 that way, and so on, I'm just kind of giving you an idea. And then we made another ramp like this, and so on. And then again, middle mouse button to pick that up. Now we can just start middle mouse button stuff to pick that up here, and so on. You're getting the idea now, right? So instead of doing it in the traditional way where people just do it offset by 2, which causes that porpoising and your train to slow down, you want a nice, smooth, even train so that you're getting maximum speed going up or going down. And that's what you want, consistent speeds, right? And so that's what I did. I figured out what the offset is. And then I did something even more cool. How could I make it into a modular system so I could repeatedly do it over and over again? That's the really cool part. Like if I wanted to build one of these, I could build it super fast. You want to say? Watch, I'll start to build one over here. First, what we'll do though is we'll go ahead and take these ramps out of here. And again, I hit G just so I'm getting the ramps so I don't get anything way off in the distance. Hopefully, we'll see. And then we'll go ahead and get these foundations. Take those right back out. Now, when I'm doing the foundations here, we'll go ahead and zoom in some foundations right over here. And since you asked the question, I don't mind answering it. Right over here, we want to have a certain grid. If you look over here, you can see I have a grid underneath here. And this is when you're doing dual tracks. When you're doing singular tracks, it's a little bit smaller, right? You're one in. But you can see I have a center, I have a 2 offset, and then the outside offset is where this goes, right? It goes in between this one and the one that's here. Now, you might notice that originally I did the far sides too, but I don't need to do that anymore because they did add the ability for the arcs to be correct now. So you can do both the outside and the inside arcs all at the same time. And instead of it being half arcs, it's full 180 arcs. And then so you can do them very, very quickly. So what I did is I figured it out. I figured out all the offsets. I then made blueprints for those offsets. And I use coloring all the time. Coloring is a great way to help you kind of figure stuff out, right? So I'm going to say, hey, I'm going to put one right here. So I'm going to make it purple right there. And again, these are just so I can visualize. So 2 this way, 2 that way, 2 this way, 2 that way. All right, then we're going to go in and we are going to go into our into our coloring. There we go. And then on the outside, I'm just going to make it blue. These colors are really arbitrary, but they help me visualize what I want, right? So in the center, this is where we're going to have our center of our perfect spiral. And we're going to say put a big old concrete pillar there, right? And then we're going to zoop that concrete pillar straight up. And that'll be the center of our spiral. And so what we want to do is decide where is the input of our spiral. Is it over here? Is it over here? Or is it on that side or that side? So we can set where it starts. And then what we can do is we can utilize our blueprints to basically start that spiral. So what we do is we have different spiral starts, right? So we have A1 and A2. And these things allow us to start, right? So and again, there's like an A version, there's a B version, all of that kind of stuff. So what we'll do is we'll take this, and this will be the start ramp of our thing. Notice the wall there? The wall is telling me where to put it to get started, right? And this is why these are kind of like training wheels, everybody. You put little training wheels on there to make it super easy to get started. There is the start of the spiral. There's the entrance to the spiral, and I know that it's going to match up all the way around because I've already figured out all those numbers. I figured out all the offsets, and I made blueprints out of them. Again, if you become a patron at any level, you can just go ahead and download my blueprints and use mine. How easy is that? And I'm going to actually be posting some new blueprints, some updated blueprints this Friday. I've got it on the list to do. Hopefully I remember for you guys to use as well. So we're going to go ahead and take that one. And then we'll go ahead. And you're going to see me do some really awesome mega running of our spirals. Now notice I've got the support built in right there, and my support is actually facing outward. I'm going to go ahead and put this right here. Now, one of the great things they did add to the game is called holographic mode. You hit H to go holographic, and then we want this to sit right up on the top. So we can go page up, and we can have that sit right there. Now, here's one of the things that it's going to do, right? It's going to also make it where I can use the hypertube on the side. See, I've added the hypertube, and we can see that the ramps are going in the same direction. Now, what we need is we need the one that's on the other side, right? Now, I used to do all 4 sides, and that worked pretty well because you couldn't arc the outer one. The outer one didn't do it. You had to do half arcs for that one, but they did fix it, so you don't need that anymore, and I always am trying to iterate and improve. So what we need is we need the one that's on the other side, right? So we need to get the other side one, if I can remember where it's at. It should be maybe this one. Let's see. Nope, that's my other one. Let's see. I thought it was a B. It was A, B, C, D. Actually, it would be a D one. Oh, I think we just turned it to B afterwards because we didn't need the other ones anymore. Yeah, we changed it to B. Okay, now this one, again, I can go in and set this up, put this on the other side. Now watch this magic. Again, this just did all the work for me. Just those 3 pieces is going to start our spiral. And again, I expect a follow or a subscribe on YouTube for this awesome stuff I'm showing you. And if you can't do it, that's okay too. So we're going to go halfway into this top one, and we're just going to run this down as our entry. And then halfway into this one, and then run that down again as our entry point. And again, you can set it back however you want. Now, I'm about to dazzle you right here. Now, we're going to go ahead and click this, and we're just going to run this right up here. Again, halfway into this one, so it'll make it easy for us to go. And then right over here, we're going to go halfway into this one. There we go. And halfway into this one. And then, guess what we get to do? Just repeat whatever we just did. Now, the tricky thing is, see how it starts going the wrong direction? All you do is you swing around the right direction, like that. So I swung my character around in the direction that I did want the track to go. And then we have our track over here. There we go. And there's your perfect spiral. And again, it'll be nice and smooth, fast up, fast down. There you go. When you say they fixed the half arcs, is that a new update? My game doesn't work, and that's why I was confused. The half arc I'm talking about is this half arc on the outside. See, notice how I can do that all in one thing? Before, when you tried to do that, it would go all crazy, and it wouldn't do it. And it still tries to go crazy when, as you see it, try to go the opposite direction. But if you go with the arc like I did, you turn your character with the arc while you have it, you can get that to work now. So again, great workaround. Now here's the thing. I have a B and an A2. So the A2 over here, I just go A2, 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 A2. And then I just go B, 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 B. And then I can make that spiral as tall as I want. I can make it go all the way up to the space station way up there if I wanted to. Well, you can't go. There's a ceiling as high as you can go. But there you go. So that is basically how to make a perfect spiral. And again, the trick to it is that this does not perfectly line up to the top of the wall. See, it's not on the top of the wall. It's offset down. So you got to figure out that offset first by using your angled plates. Now, I like it to be as low as possible, meaning that the angle of how the train is going is as low as possible when you're ramping. Otherwise, it slows your train down. If it's going like this, obviously the train's going to slow down. But if you have it like this, it's only going to slow down a little bit. And then if you have that very consistently, it's very consistent on the way up, very consistent on the way down. And consistency is how you beat this game, that's for sure. And you can see right here that these are actually just ramps. They're just glass ramps. And we can just kind of simulate what we were doing here, right? So we were kind of bringing this up like this. And then this was a flat platform. Again, you can see this on previous videos as well. That's all we did, right? So we went in and we used our ramps to figure out the distances. That makes a perfect spiral, see? And then like this. And then you'll see that if I do this and then make a flat one here. And then I take this and I angle it here. See, it's just without the thing, see? And that runs up there. Actually, it's got to offset in by 1. Ah, see, that's got to offset in by 1. But you get the idea. So we built that whole entire thing first, the ramp first, and then figured out what all the offsets were, and then optimized it there. And again, Patreon support of any level, you get free blueprints. And you don't even need to build it. I mean, for $1, we'll save you all that time. Or $5, or whatever it is, whatever you feel like is appropriate, or not at all. Remember, it's never required in my stream, everybody. But you do get bonuses if you do help support the Kismet Love Train. And you can have your own easy, perfect spiral like that. So very fun. All right, we'll go ahead and take this one back out. I never mind taking a moment to explain perfect spirals and how to get that stuff to work. Does that help you brainstorm? You let me know in the chat. If you have any further questions, you go ahead and ask. Remember, there are no dumb questions in my stream. You can ask all you want in there for sure. And then we'll go ahead and color this back in red right over here. And there we go. And now you know how to do, how I do my perfect spirals. So there we go. So now we're tying this in to our main system over here. So we were looking at how we can, which direction our train was going. So our train is actually, this is the incoming side. So this is actually going this way. So we're going to test it again. Oop. I like how it turned it there. Hide that. There we go. All right. Nope. We want this to go the other way. Want to make sure that we are on the correct side of the train. In fact, we're going to leave that train there. We're going to use a separate train. I'm going to go back up the spiral. Notice, by the way, also I have the hypertubes. The hypertubes also work in the same arc. So you can see the hypertube on the outside, so I could take the hypertube as well. But again, see how consistent it is? Now, there's a little bit more porpoising, which is like this with the train. On the inner track, the outer track is actually way smoother. But you have to give that up a little bit to make it perfect. So there you go. And there we go. And so we're coming into the train station. We know this is the direction because we can see our block signals. And then we're just going to dip around the back here. And we could change the direction there where we want to go onto the other train stations. But what we want to see is that when we come down, which direction the train's going to be coming down. Look at that. So smooth, everybody. Look how smooth that is. Check it out. Smooth, bro. Smooth. Perfection. Good morning, Monster Zero. How you doing this morning? Thanks for coming and hanging out. Glad I caught the spiral tutorial. Thanks, kids in chat. Well, you're welcome, Foxbear. This is one of the coolest things, I think, that you can do to help your trains maximize going up and down those areas. I could also offset that off by 1. I'm probably going to do that. Let's go ahead and ride over here and Ghost Ride our train off the tracks. If you didn't know, it slides off the tracks now. But that's okay. You can just re-rail the train and GG. So this is the incoming line. So if we want to go ahead and go into the incoming line, we want to use this one. That's why it's important to know, because then it'll be coming back into here and it will tie into the rest of the system, because all of these other trains are going in this direction. You want to know your flow direction of your trains, right? So again, now we have the ability to tie that in. Now, how do we get the train to go this way? Well, we back this up and we say, hey, we want to go ahead and modify this over here. And we got another blueprinter over here that we can clear. Again, these are just here temporarily while I'm working. You see my modular mega builds here, everybody. Very cool stuff. Again, all of these modular mega builds and all of this stuff is in those blueprints. And again, new blueprints coming this Friday, everybody. We're going to try to give you all the latest and updated stuff, including mega modular blueprints for doing your train. So you definitely want to stick around for that, everybody. We're going to be doing that here in just a moment, where I show you how to use massive blueprints and actually connect them together to create trains to anywhere in the whole entire thing. And it also does all the stationing. It does your hypertubes for you. It does everything, and it auto connects all of that stuff together. So we're about to do that here in a moment. So what we want to do is we want to have the ability for this to basically come back out of here and go this way. So we can tell it to route this out of here. So we're going to go ahead and just kind of tap into this spot right here. We'll take a bit of this stuff here that we used in the blueprints. And because there's already a split station there, meaning there's a split point that I can use to pull this out of here. And I'm just going to go ahead and utilize the shape of it here to just try to line that up where I want it to go. Let's say right here. And you can do it this way as well. This is especially good for when you're doing this kind of stuff. And of course, wherever I take out is the spot where it's not going to shape. That's always the way it goes. Now, the trains are smart. They'll automatically figure out where they need to go, right? So it'll automatically know to switch this way if I tell it to go to that other station, if I've done it correctly, right? You got to have your stuff in there as well. You got to have your block signals, so it knows where to go, where to stop, where to start, kind of thing. There we go. Then we'll go ahead and just easily take out our railing here. And our railing. Wow, that's actually going to fit in there real nicely. Wow, look at that. Now, these ones are ones without railing, so I'll just put those back underneath there. And look at that. Wow, that actually miraculously just fit right in between there like I did it on purpose. So as you can see, the train's coming through right now. Let's go ahead and loading and unloading. Right now, you can see the train has stopped. See how it's flashing? It's saying, hey, something's wrong with this side of the track. So I'm going to go ahead and take that out for right now so that my train will then start back up again. Again, see, I don't have my block signals. So I have to have my block signals in. Otherwise, it cannot reach its destination because it doesn't know. Because this is all part of one system. So I'm going to go ahead and let my train go. But I am going to come back and I'm going to go ahead and create another block signal. Whenever you create a split like this, that's when you want to put a nice block signal in there, like this, right up there. You can see that block signal is going to be here, but this one's fine. This one's fine because it's really up above, up forward here, that is causing that block signal to be messed up. So if I go ahead and put another one over there, this one's fine now, and notice that this one actually is also fine. And you're like, well, Kismet, it's red. But it's not flashing. See, if it's flashing with an exclamation point, you know something's wrong. But if it's red, it's just telling you there's a train on that line. And you can actually see them by different colors. Notice the different colors in the lines have now been split up into those different colors. And if I add another block signal, say over here, you can see now this one is a darker green, this one's a lighter green, this one's a white, and that one's a white. That means this whole part is one. And this is just telling us, hey, on this segment up above, there's a train. And you're like, how come there's a train there? Because I left the train there. It's right there. Remember, we left the train there so we would know which direction the actual train is flowing. You can also set yourself reminders, like put a sign down is a great example, where you can tell which way the train is flowing. So I could go ahead, let's take one of these, say, and we'll just put it right over here. And we'll put this up here. This is a great use of these right here. And then we'll go down here and we'll say select icon. We'll go to backgrounds or monochrome. There we go. And then we can say going this way. And we'll say train flow. Oh, type it right. Train flow is that way. See, now we'll remind ourselves there. Now the cool thing is we can also middle mouse button that train flow. Bring it over here. Remind us also on this side which way the train flowed. Now notice also it picked up the stuff from the other one. We don't have to redo it because middle mouse button not only picks it up now, but it also picks up its parameters. It picks up whatever you changed on it as well, which is really cool. Really cool. I've been waiting for that forever, but I've played the game since it came out. I've played for thousands and thousands of hours. I've finished it who knows how many times, a lot of times. But you can just give yourself a bit of a reminder of which way the train is flowing. Now watch if I take this train out, which is currently blocking that section of the track. Remember, you want to break your track up into sections so that trains behind it are not waiting too long to go. And if we go back over here, this is going to be green. I can tell you now, see? Now it's good because we can put that on there, right? But if there is a train right here, you'll see that this one will be blocked. It'll say, no, you don't want to go through there yet. You want to wait till that train clears that section. And so if we take the train and we move it forward, and this is the real brilliance of this game, everybody. It's truly brilliant in the way that it figures that out on its own. Isn't that cool? And then this one here, now look, there goes our train. See, our train is now free to go. Now it's saying, hey, there's a train on that track. You can't go through there. Hold on. You have to get past the block signal. And you can see, look, this one's waiting for that other one to go because the block signal is telling it. And you can see I've got tons of trains going at the same time. Notice now it's free to go. right? Oh, well, nope, it's not free because this one right here is on that track, so we got to wait for it to go off of that edge there. Then this one's going to free up once it gets past that block signal. That is also connected to this one. There we go. And then this one now can go. And this keeps your trains from crashing into each other. Now, there used to be where your trains never crashed into each other. But as you can see, this is a pretty complex system, but it's really not. It's really simple, everybody. You just want to make sure you know the train flow direction. Which way is your train flowing? Which way is it going out? Which way is it coming in, right? It's kind of like when you're going into a kitchen, everybody. If you have two doors, one of those is an indoor and one of those is an outdoor. The reason why that is, when you go into a kitchen, if someone's trying to come out and you're going in, you're going to hit the door right in their face. So you need to always have an indoor and an outward door. Otherwise, there's collisions, right? So now you know. Now you know how to make your trains amazing. Good morning, Monster Zero. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Again, I am doing okay. I appreciate you coming in and hanging out. I might have already said hello earlier, but I'll just say it again because I can do whatever I want. All right, now we have access to our other trains over here, and we can go ahead and continue on our thing over here. Look how cool that is, right? Look at all my cool supports down under there. Oh, that turned out amazing. Now, all this coloring and everything here, everybody, is only temporary. I'll come through and embellish it and make it super cool. Oh, wait, we should, hold on here. We should take the hypertube. Just for fun. Now, you want to make sure you take that off the track or it will block. Let's go take the hypertube and try that out. Whee! Here we go! A spiral hypertube as well, everybody. Come on, now that's pretty fun. It's totally not effective. It's taking way longer than if you just made it go straight up. But sometimes you just do stuff because it's fun, everybody. Rocking the spiral hypertube. I don't think I've seen too many people do spirals in the way that I do them. But you can see it's also embellished and all built out where the part of the tracks that come through here with the supports on the side, which are just basically window dressing, everybody. They're just to make it look more fancy. And that's why I have those supports there. I did that in the blueprints to make it a bit more fancy and to match the rest of my train lines. And you can see I have massive supports there that are holding the stuff up. Now, this looks super complex, and you're like, oh, God, Kismet, it's so complex with stuff. Well, I just started with one thing, and then I added a little bit to it and added a little bit to it. That's how complexity builds. It builds by just a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and then you do it over and over, and then that complexity grows and grows and grows over time. Watch this as we dip right under. That's fun. And then all the way over here. Now, we have a problem with that block signal. By default, everybody, I have this set up where I don't do nothing. I'm not holding anything or changing anything. It'll automatically drop me off at the train station itself. And this particular train station is our Balti Jam, which is not, I don't know what the heck that is supposed to be, but actually, I believe this is supposed to be our sulfur over here, which our sulfur is still running. We can see it going. And again, you see it my mega build here, everybody, where I actually have it aligned to the actual extraction node, not the world grid. But you can just do the world grid if you want, but mine is perfectly. See, some people like to do stuff like, you know, just slap it together. And I like to make my stuff as perfect as possible. Like, look how that's perfectly sitting over the top of that. It's perfectly aligned. It's contained within inside there. I'll show you how to do that in a single move, everybody. One move when we get to some more nodes. But you can see it's extracting 300 right now out of there. And we can go in here and we can take a look. And we can say, what is it extracting 300? It's absolutely not extracting 300 because it is overclocked. It is a level 3. It's extracting 1200. So we want to make sure that we change our label up here. Because this is where I left off last time I was working on all of this. So we're going to go ahead and change that to 1200. That is the maximum you can run on any belts. That's a level 6 belt right there. Extracting 1200 of that. Now up here you can see I have a storage that we were working on, and in here you can see that sulfur is actually being stored in here, and you can see we have a lot of these. Now I like to have mine where I can actually go up on top and access all of mine, and you can just RP that you went in with a little, you know, saw, and you cut all that out, and that's why you have access to it. There you go. Look at this, everybody. Look at that backlog of sulfur. Massive sulfur. Now, these are stackable, everybody, so they are modular. So I can stack another one, and then another one, and 50 more if I wanted to. But right now, I think one is good. And then, of course, we want to do a little bit of modification here. Now, I feel like the fastest way to do stuff, everybody, is just search for the thing. Like in this case, sulfur. We're just going to search for that. And then down here, we're just going to say sulfur storage. There we go. Easy, right? Now we know what it is. It's good. Notice that's blue. The blue represents that it's the storage, because you'll often see over here that I use a lot of colors because I am a graphic designer. I'm a graphic designer for 30 years. I've worked for the top companies in the world. Been very, very lucky. Yeah, I've been very, very lucky in everything I've gotten to do. I got to pioneer a lot of the stuff you guys use today, like Photoshop, Illustrator, all of those things. I used them when they came out. I had the very first versions. In fact, some versions that were the pre-release versions before they even come out, like Photoshop. I used Photoshop 0.09, everybody, or 0.9 before it was 1.0. That's how old school of a designer I am. And of course, I got to work with millions of dollars equipment. It wasn't my millions of dollars. It was someone else's millions of dollars. And pioneered all of that stuff. So that you guys can have awesome graphic design programs that are totally free now, by the way. You can get a lot of really good graphic design programs totally free or for a single cost. I highly recommend the Affinity software, where I've used Adobe forever, but they've been doing a bunch of scummy stuff to their users and making it really hard for them to cancel their subscriptions and that stuff. And I've paid them, I don't know, $600 a year for how many ever years it's been. So thousands and thousands and probably tens of thousands of dollars over the years. But when you start doing scummy stuff and there's better alternatives out there, or at least alternatives that are not scummy, I go do that instead. So I'm using Affinity. I'm also using, which is like a one-time cost, everybody. You buy it one time, it's like a couple $100, and then you get it forever. And then you get all the updates, you get all the stuff with it, which is awesome. And it's basically Photoshop and Illustrator is what I'm using. I also use DaVinci Resolve, which is another fantastic program for video editing. It's totally free. You can download it on Mac, PC, and a whole bunch of mobile platforms and use it for free. And it is fully equipped with doing just about anything you would normally do. And of course, there's some high-end features like, you know, auto captioning and stuff like that in the release version. But I love the video. I loved it so much, everybody, that I went and bought the Pro version to support them, right? So that was a couple $100. So I went and sold that, spent that. But you got to think that I bought software, everybody, that costs $4,000. I've had things that the company has bought for me in the past that were $10,000. Just a little dongle key that allows you to transfer from the desktop systems like Mac and PCs up to the Chromacom systems, which were the $250,000 to $500,000 computers, right? Which basically do what Photoshop and different layout programs do, like InDesign do today. But they did those in the 70s and in the 80s. Imagine if you had those programs back in the 70s and 80s, everybody. It used to take an entire room of air-conditioned machines to do what our little phones can do today. Pioneered all of that stuff, everybody. So I love to use color, and I love to use those design elements. As you can see, we're using these kind of red railings as we go along, and that's kind of the whole theme of our trains in this round. And you can see that we have this whole train system already set up and ready to go. So this train here is actually going to be my sulfur. Now right now my sulfur kind of is bypassing and dropping down where it used to be, because I used to have it going out here, and it's dropping down and it's working in some of our systems. But we want to replace that. We want to have it where our trains can go ahead, grab this sulfur, go down the spiral, and then end up down here where it can just run the sulfur over there, and it doesn't have to actually run it via conveyor belt, right? It'll run it via train. Trains are much more effective than belts. And you're like, well, Kismet, no, belts are super effective because they never run out of power, because they aren't powered, so they'll just keep running and running even if you run out of power. True. But a belt has a limit. A belt has a limit of 1,200. Trains don't have a limit. So if I had, say, 50,000 sulfur and I wanted to move it from one side of the world to this side, I just make a lot of trains and it can move 50,000 at the same time. I could run one belt. But of course I could run multiple belts and try to make it 50,000. But imagine how many belts you would have to run. Imagine how much resources you would need for that. The amount of that it can move is much higher versus the resource cost, which is very low, right? So resource cost low, amount of resource you can move massive. In fact, I feel like it's the best way in the entire game to move massive amount of resource. Now, more small resources, you only need 1,200 or whatever, then you're fine. You can go ahead and just run a line like I'm doing here. You can see it's effective and it works. Plus, it's also close by my base, so that makes it easier. It's not clear across the whole entire other part of the zone. But I could literally move 10,000, 50,000, hundreds of thousands of resources using trains. And you can have, there's a very high build limit in here in Satisfactory. And we're going to try to hit that build limit too, by the way. Now, one of the things we want to do is we want to go ahead and come over here and work a bit on this, because this is actually going to be our sulfur station. And so we're going to go over here and we're going to call it sulfur pickup right here. And this is actually our main sulfur, by the way. Sulfur pickup. Right, so we know which one it is. Doesn't have to be super complex with all these numbers and dashes and all that. Sulfur pickup. There you go. Now, me, I'm a big fan of color coding stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and color code this into yellow. Now, also, QuickWire is yellow as well. But we'll go ahead and just put that as sulfur there. Now, this one right here, you can see it has 4 stations. And you're like, well, Kismet, why don't you just take one line and run it into one of those, and then it will fill it up, and it'll be 1,200 running in there. Now, I find that trains do have limitations, and so do pipes. Pipes are very rough as well. And they say they're working on pipes, and they're going to try to get that fixed, which is good. But I think that the actual trains themselves are much more effective when they're not maxing out every single time. So what you want to do is, instead of running a 1,200 in there, I set my limit to 300. Now, you might notice that the math works out, right? 300 plus 300 is 600. 300 more is 900, and then 300 more is 1,200. How much are we extracting? 1,200. 1,200 worth of train, right? So I max anything, whether it's fluid or items, because there's 2 different types of things. There's actually 3 things, because there's a gas, but gas runs very much like fluids do, except for they don't need pumps. But you want to just go ahead and I would say max out each and every train to be 300 input. And so you want to split that up. Now I'm going to go in here and I'm going to kind of remove this part right here, because what we want to do is add a little bit of a buffer behind here. And we're just going to use these ones without the rails. There we go. And we'll just move that back. Run this across like I saw. And we're just going to widen this out. There we go. Now, you always want to buffer in what you're doing right over here, and that's because you want this to basically be running in here. Now, one of the things that I've found that the boxes do not work very well like they used to. They used to be where you could just go in and have your boxes and then do this, right? Where you double in, right? And then it would go 1,200 and 1,200, but they don't do that, everybody. Sometimes it prioritizes one side over the other, or one is diminished over the other one. So I highly recommend you do something more like this, where you have 2 separate lines running in there. And then I can go ahead and run this up like this and run that there. So I can run a splitter in here, and then I'm actually doing 300 up here and 300 into both of these, so it's actually going to be 150 and 150 with a double 150 in. So it never has a bottleneck. It never slows down. So it's actually inputting at 2,400. That's what I'm trying to show you, everybody. You can actually input into your train at 2,400 faster than a single belt can go by splitting those into separate belts. And that's because when this backlogs with stuff, right, it's going to go out at the maximum thing. Now, the input is not going to be 2,400. The input's not going to be 1,200. It's going to be 300. But what's going to happen is this box is going to backlog and stuff. It's going to come along. It's going to pick up the stuff. It's going to run to take the stuff to drop it off. And meanwhile, boom, this has filled up that entire thing. So when the next train comes along, the car's already full. So I'm showing you some really, really cool gamer secrets right here, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get into it. Make sure to hit that follow button if you're enjoying this stuff. I love doing this kind of stuff, everybody. I love learning all the secrets. And then, I don't keep them to myself, everybody. I share them with all of you. So you can go in here and say, I'm doing that on my next build right there. I'm going to use Kismet's technique. And I'm going to absolutely crush it with these trains. I'm going to throw stuff in there like crazy. Like crazy. By the way, they also made it where you can nudge an infinite distance, everybody. Very cool. I love the fact that they did that. So you can kind of line up your stuff here. Hit H for hologram, and then just nudge that right where you want it to go. And now those are all lined up real nice. Then we'll go ahead. Always put your lifters in last. It should be the last thing you add right here, like that. And then all of this. Always trying to do something tricky. And here. And we already got all of those. Now, because we're having fun mega building, we are going to go ahead and also color in these boxes. Just like that. Hit X, by the way, and then I have a bunch of pre-done stuff that I've already made over here. And there we go. So now what we want to do is we have this massive backlog of resources up here, right? And we want to go ahead and tap into those resources. Now, right now, it's going this way, and it's being used in some processes. So we definitely want to leave that going that way. But we want to add the ability to split this. We're just going to send half of it this way, but eventually it's all going to go that way. So we're going to go ahead and bring our splitter, and we'll just go ahead and utilize what we've already got. Again, this is coming out at 1200 right there. There we go. And then this one we're just going to attach to the side here. We'll try anyway. Yes, I am a stickler when I'm mega building that it is straight and that we have beautiful lines and beautiful directions. There we go. And again, we're just going to use the edge of this so we can just run this across very nicely. Let's say right to there. And now we want to get them, we want it to come down here and we want it to split. Now we can do a balancer. A balancer is going to say, okay, well this should go to two 600s, and then from the 600s it should then go to two 300s. And that is the most even way to feed them into a system, especially if it's something like power. But when you're doing resources, everybody, you don't necessarily need to do that, or if you're creating plates or things like that, you can do something much easier, which is called a manifold. A manifold is when you do it all in line, and it's going to fill the first one first, and then the second one, third one, fourth one. But I can tell you, everybody, that this is going to be producing more sulfur than I'm using right now, and it's going to fill all these boxes up by the time we're ready to actually run this sulfur. So we want to go ahead and do this. Now, they did add a really cool thing now, by the way. So we want to go ahead and tell this to split. I don't want to be split. Back to my splitter. There we go. We want it to go this way. They added the ability to vertically run the thing, right? So you don't have to create a whole thing and run a line and do all that like you used to have to. You can actually vertically just go ahead and nudge this into the perfect position like that, and then you can go ahead and run this across. Now see how close that is? I did that on purpose. I don't like it to be that close. I like to be able to glance at it and see if it's actually working. So we're going to go ahead and back that up just a little bit more. And again, H to hologram, right arrow to nudge it and line it up, page up to move it upwards. So we see the line, we see it's lined up, and there we go. And now we have a bit of a gap right there. Now we can go ahead and bring the sulfur down using our lifter here. And we'll say about there. And we'll see how that looks. Now I'm going to hit R, which is going to change it to straight, which is going to give us a perfect, beautiful elbow. And I actually did fairly good there. There we go. Fairly good. Now remember, this is on its own grid. It's on a separate grid than the world grid, which is what this is on. And so I've made that transition between the separate grid and the world grid. Best to do it in your belts, when you're doing your belts. And now that's starting to fill up. Let's go and fill that sucker up big time. Now, you get the general idea of what we're going to do next. Is just fill the rest of this in. Here we go. Let's do it. And again, using that new vertical nudging, this is going to help a lot. So here's another way of doing this, by the way. It's just to do it like this. This is the old school way of doing it before you had vertical nudging. Is to go like this and then just stack them like this. Now, I don't know which one's faster. You can go ahead and decide. For me, since I can do this pretty fast, vertical stacking is pretty awesome. Again, you'll see it start to split down there. There goes our manifold, everybody. Again, we'll hit G just to get that and take that out. And now our manifold is doing. Notice that much more is going into the first one because this is splitting 1200 into 600 and 600. So this is going 600 into that box, and then this one's splitting to go now 600 here, but now it's cutting in half. So now 300 that way, 300 this way, and then over here, 150 and 150. So again, it's diminishing as it goes down the line. And that's okay, because again, it's going to be running for a while. But we haven't diminished it enough yet, because we also are going to go up, up, up. Now here's a great little trick, everybody. We want to rotate this so the input is on the outside. So we're going to cut this in thirds, like this, right? And we'll take all this out. And that's because we can use this output also right at the very beginning to cut that into thirds. So 12 divided by 3, you get the idea. So 1/3's going that way, 1/3's going this way, and 1/3 is going up to the top level, which is also being fed in. And eventually all this math works out, everybody, where this is about 300 per thing. Again, we'll just use our stacking technique now and make sure that it's going, the input is going the correct direction. And then very easily just fill the rest of that in. Look how easy that is. Look at that. Now we are filling up all these boxes. Easy peasy. Then I don't like excess things, so I'm going to take all that out and hit G to, or press the wrong button, G, there we go. Just to limit it to this so I don't accidentally hit something in the background. And there we go. We did that really easy. Look at it work, everybody. Look at it work away. Again, those are manifolds. Now I could just as easily go into the center and say, okay, well, hold on, split it into half, and then split it in half again, and then it would evenly put it into all of there. But again, if you have time to wait and you think that's going to backlog, it's going to fill that up like crazy, everybody. This whole entire thing's going to get full. This is all going to get full. Because up here, we have boxes and boxes and boxes of it already backlogged. We know that every one of these boxes is pretty much full of sulfur, even though it's also running out on the other side. So it's going to transfer all of that excess sulfur out of these boxes, down into those boxes, and directly into the train station. You can see both of them are going at maximum speed. Right there, both boxes are at maximum speed because we only have the one output. And it's working really, really well all the way down. You want to make sure you glance at each one, make sure that each one, you see something going on it and it's going into there. Then we can go in and we can look. There we go. That's getting nice and filled up there. Notice this one's filled up more, and this one filled up the most because it's the first in the manifold. So it's going to be going the quickest. Now, great little trick for you as well. If you happen to have some sulfur on you, just throw some sulfur in there to get it off your inventory as well. Look at all these factory carts. Why do I have so many factory carts on me? That's a good question. Can we put any more factory carts in here? We can. All right, let's put all of our factory carts in the dimensional depot here. We made a bunch of factory carts. Oh, there. Okay, we're out of factory carts. We can't put any more factory carts. Show you another trick, everybody. Hold down Control, take your factory carts, throw them in the trash. Now they're gone. Just like that. I can make plenty of factory carts, everybody. Same thing here with these presents. If I don't want them, I hold down Control, grab one of them, and it says, oh, you want to get rid of all your presents? Okay, there we go, gone. Now, I can tell you I have an infinite amount of presents over there. I have a lot of them, by the way, everybody, so I'm not that worried about it. Also, I have another one here. I must have put it in here, and I took my little candy cane thing out. We'll throw that one in the trash as well. We have plenty of those in the dimensional depot. Okay, so there we go. Now, we have our dimensional depot also all the way up, and we have got our sulfur station going, so we're good. Now, what we need is we need a sulfur train. So let's go ahead and set up our sulfur train here. We're going to go ahead and put it in the correct direction. There we go. Now, notice I'm not going to put it way up there. I'm just going to put it back a little bit. And we know it's going to have 4 cars. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now, whenever you have 4 cars, everybody, you want to add an extra locomotive. Now, it doesn't matter whether you add it in the front or the back for the actual locomotive itself. But when you are actually running a train, notice how I've got my block signal offset back just a little bit. And actually, I can take this out right now. It's flashing. Notice how I have it offset a little bit back, and that's because we want to have it where this train can hang off the back of the station, right? That's one of the easiest ways, is to just let that hang off the back of the station there. And I usually have it built into the blueprint to accommodate for that. And then I can go in and modify it as well to have it be any other way. So we're just going to move this back a little bit. We had it about here or something. We have this coming in, and that's coming around there. It's going to be in my hypertube. I don't like that. I don't like it. Just go back over there. And notice when I took it out and I added it back in, now it's working. That's because the system has to recognize it as a block signal, and sometimes when you're putting block signals in and out, some of your block signals will get funky. Take them out, put them back in. GG's. Okay, now we want to go ahead and name this train. We're going to get in the train. We're going to bring up the train menu, and this will be my sulfur train. There we go. By the way, this train can go to multiple stations, pick up multiple things. But right now, we're going to go ahead and say sulfur pickup right here. Oh, there we go. Save changes. Now, I'm not going to turn the auto driving on because it has nowhere to go. It doesn't know where to end up in that sulfur train. And we're going to work on the actual in part of that later on when we go to revamp all of our production down there. But what we're trying to do, and we're going to take this out. Oh, no, not that. My bad. It's not an extra train. That train is attached to the end of this train. So we're going to go ahead. I was going to take it out and then use it, but I'm going to use it over here. Again, this is coming down this way, so this is going up that way. And we're going to go ahead and keep on going. Now, what we're doing is we're building a train that's actually going along the terrain, right? Train in the terrain. We're working along that thing. Glad to see you still streaming. Yes, I've been streaming for a very long time. Nomad, are you enjoying Foshnot on Fallout 76? I am not, sadly. I've never really liked Foshnot, if I'm honest. It's not really my thing, but I'm not even playing 76 right now because I'm trying to do all these mega playthroughs, and I just don't have enough time in the day. Oh, here we go. Now we have another train station we set up over here. Wait for that to stop so we can take that out. And we have another train station here at the end, and this train station is for all of this right here. Now this is actually nitrogen gas. This nitrogen is actually being used. You can see I have it all being connected together and running down all these pipes. And then these pipes are being fed to right here. But we're going to be replacing these pipes with our trains so we can grab that and run it. But for the meantime, I guess we could just reconnect it because, again, it'll be a little bit before we get back to this. So let's go ahead and reconnect our pipes here. So our nitrogen gas can go wherever it needs to go. Looks like we need some more of these. Right over here. Again, gonna zoop it up. There we go. And you're like, well, why do you have 3 of them? Well, it's so much nitrogen gas that it won't fit in one pipe. So we add multiple pipes. And then we can see if this is going to reach. That is not going to reach. Nope. So we're going to have something in between there. Good question. How can we get this to go down there? We're going to need to add maybe just some foundations for now, and then we'll deal with verticality of it later. There we go. Now what we can do is pretend like we're running it and then look and see where it turns yellow like that. It means, hey, that's too far. It can't run any further. So right here is probably a good spot to go ahead and add these supports. And you're like, well, Kismet, how'd you get that support? Well, I have it down here in my bar, everybody, so I can access it. Same thing with all the pipes. I can just press 2 or whatever I need. In that case, I pressed 8, and then I pressed 2. And you're like, well, how did you press it? Did you press it on the keyboard? No, I have a Corsair Scimitar with 12 buttons on the side. Everybody, one of the greatest mouses of all time. And if somebody's been in computers and gaming for 50 years, I can tell you very surely that that is a really awesome thing to have those buttons. There we go. So we extended that out a little bit. It's now going to go ahead and run back over here where we were utilizing it somewhere off there in our systems, way over here. And we can see that those pipes are going here, and then I had them running down, as you can see, and it tells us which ones are which, too, 360, 600, 600, and those are running underneath my whole thing and is part of probably our aluminum process over there somewhere as well. So again, we'll reconnect that for now, but we'll also go ahead and start to revamp this station while we're here. By the way, I can remove all of this power eventually because this will all be powered by the central power. have a feeling of deja vu right here, too. We're going to do the same thing, except for this time, we're going to do it with gas. And again, we'll pick up this under here, because it's already colored the way I want it to be, to match the rest of the system. That under there. There. This one back in. Yeah, just using middle mouse button, so I'm also picking up the coloring. And we're just going to run this over the top, like so. Now, I believe I have a blueprint for these tanks right here. There we go. And they are too high. Notice that I've already got the ability to go ahead and just throw this in, make it super easy, like so. Notice that they're too high there. Now, I want to make sure that it's not too close. I want to make sure that arrow is lined up here. Very nice. Okay. And I forget what the offset is. I'm going to go ahead and back it up a little bit. I feel like it's way too close, because we're going to need to bring 2 pipes down at the same time. So again, right here we have the 2 different pipes here. We have the lower part and then the upper part. Both of them are going to fill, and then we're going to double fill down here. Now, I like to use the horizontal to vertical, but we don't want to do that because it's going to block it, right? And you're like, well, how do I make it go the other way? Well, you start at the end and work your way backwards, and now it'll go that way. And then up here, we can go ahead and make it go the other way. And now, those will go ahead and feed down into our gas there. And then we want to go ahead and just do that several times. Notice that I've already figured out how many of these that I need in here. I've got 3 of them in here, which means that we're going to go ahead and split all that up into those 3 separate lines like we already have over here. Now, I've already got this already run, so there's no reason for me to tear all this out right now, but I totally will later on. Notice I've got these all tagged with numbers as well, everybody. Very useful. Very useful. But what I'm going to do is just to make this a little easier on myself, I'm going to go ahead and just zoot that right up like that. And we'll just create junctions in each pipe here, so that we can divert these. And we'll take the top one and we'll run it up. We'll just run them up like this. I really like using these curved ones because I think they look super cool. Very cool. All right, now we don't need the top 2 here, and then we need to figure out how many this is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 high. We'll probably make it even less high because it's right here. So let's say, let's just eyeball it from over here. Actually, that's kind of perfect. Wow, okay. Sometimes it just works out. Let's see if it reaches. Oh, so close. Let's go ahead and just tell it to be auto. Nope, not reach. Huh. I feel like it should reach. It says pipe is too long, so literally like just a few feet there. Go ahead and take this out. Move a little closer. Try it again. In fact, we'll bring it up just a little bit. And now we have all 3 pipes being diverted as well. And remember, there's probably a huge backlog of this nitrogen gas in here. By the way, if you notice, there are no pumps. And that's because gas does not use pumps. You don't need pumps at all. Fluids do, though, because you got to pump the fluid because it's a solid object, or at least semi-solid. But gases can go wherever you need them to go. So again, using our blueprints, nice and easy. Just going to line this up. And this is really the power of blueprints, is the fact that you can do all this cool stuff very easily. It's interesting that it's not showing my other blueprint there. Normally when you're putting stuff down, it'll show you the shape of another shape, but it's not. That's okay. Do what we got to do. And then the same thing again. We'll go backwards this way. Oops. I'm going to need to change my mode first to horizontal vertical. There we go. And then the top down. Now, pipes flow in both directions, so it doesn't really matter which way you run them. Just make sure that they are pumping in that direction. Okay, so now we have number 1, which we'll put way over there. Doesn't reach, of course. I would imagine it wouldn't, because that would be too easy. And again, again, we're just going to put something in between, and we'll come back and rework all this. Oops. Forgive me to switch my modes. I'm going to take this, run it over here. There we go. Now, the reason why we're doing this is so this will backlog. Oh, I have it as curved. Let's just go ahead and make it straight. Or actually, just auto. There we go. And so what we're trying to do is just let this backlog a bit into here. So when we get our train started, this will all be in there. Again, notice it's going to fill both of these up and backlog both of those. So it's going to have a huge amount of nitrogen gas. Another thing that I'm going to do is go into my carbon steel here and make this all look the same by just painting that in. It looks so much nicer. You kind of take the extra time to paint your stuff in to look cool. On my carbon fiber look here. There we go. Maybe even paint these in too, just to remind me that we are diverting that over there. All right, now that's going to go ahead and start to backlog all of that very nicely. Maybe some more carbon steel look right over here. Now, in real life, everybody, this is a real dangerous thing to do, to paint that black, because in the sun, that thing's going to get really hot. And if that's oil in there, everybody, it could ignite the oil and boom, dead. So watch out for that. Okay, so there we go. So this is going to be our nitro pickup. I'm going to go right up here and say nitro pickup for nitrogen gas. There we go. And then, of course, we need an opposite side or multiple opposite sides. We can also drop it off at multiple locations as well. So there you go. All right, looking good. And then, of course, we have another spiral over here, which is pretty cool. In fact, we'll go ahead and try it out. Oh, I don't have any of my ammo on me. Interesting. That's okay. I usually have some in the Dimensional Depot. I don't have any in the Dimensional Depot. Wow. Okay, maybe we might want to go back to our main base over here. Get that going first. Now, I have this switchback loop where I just go in here and automatically switch me back the way I was going. Which is really fun, by the way. Really fun to just kind of dip back the other way. Now, I've got some choices. I'm going to go ahead and hit E to change the direction. So I'm going this way. And you can see we're working with ramps and our blueprinting there. We've got some tricky stuff coming up to do. We're going to get into all of that. I'm going to show you how I do all my blueprints and see all my beautiful corners and how we get the hypertube to auto-connect in the center and all the tracks to auto-connect and all of that cool stuff. I'm going to have it automatically spin me down the spiral right here. Now, of course, it'd be way faster just to make it go straight down, everybody. But sometimes you just do stuff because it's fun. Oh, we're gaining speed, too. Look at us go. Oh, man. Now, I'm pushing the mouse to the right, so I'm kind of keeping the view in front of us. But if I were to let go, see, it's just going to start spinning you like this, right? What? Look how far it launched us, way over here. All right, nice. And so we've got our spirals going on there. Let's go over here and see what's going on with our ammo. See why we don't have any ammo in the Dimensional Depot. We might have to make some more. This is going to be the spaghetti part of the base. Again, I just use it to max progress. Now, I can really dazzle you, everybody. I am actually at the end of the game. And check how much power. This is all the power you need, everybody. Check it out. And I proved it in this playthrough. We have 21,000 power. That's it. We can finish the game. 21,000 power. I told you, if you're super efficient, like me, you can actually finish the entire game. No problem. And I could have finished it 10 times over already, or 100 times over. But we don't need to. We're going to build stuff out. We're going to mega build and just have fun doing the building and all of that. All right. Now, where would I put in all of this? That's all for that system there. Where would I put all of this thing? Maybe some backlog here in these boxes. Let's go ahead and take a look here. Let's see. What do we got? We got some explosive rebar. We could use that. There's some ammo. Very nice. Okay. Usually have a little bit of extra just laying around somewhere of all of this stuff. Again, this is my extra overflow that ends up in these boxes. Once it sorts all the standard stuff. You have sorting. More explosive rebar. Over here. Yeah, we might want to get that going. And I could always make more. But you can see I already have some in there. I have stacks and stacks of it, and I can just go ahead and start putting it in the Dimensional Depot like this, just so I'll have it when it's ready. And we can throw that one away. We've got some explosive rebar as well we can throw in there, so when we need that. Once it's in the Dimensional Depot, you can access it from anywhere in the game, which is awesome. Speaking of stuff that I have, see all the stuff I have on me here, including tickets and stuff. Our explosive rebar is already maxed out. All right, we'll keep that on us then. Actually, probably throw this smaller one away, because if we have that much in there, we're good. Notice I have tree branches. Well, I just throw those away. I have a bunch of Christmas stuff. Holding down control, by the way, in case I have anything else. Now I have a bunch of other stuff here. Let's throw that away as well, including like steel beams and all of this. I have a whole system here that was before all this spaghetti was here. That I can just go ahead and sort it. So I can take all this stuff and say store all. Now what it's going to do is it's going to run it back here, and it's going to basically put it in its appropriate box right here. As you can see, it's feeding in there like that, filling that up. That's because this is Smart Splitter. It says, hey, is there any steel beams? Oh, there is? Okay, we'll send it to the left. If it's not a steel beam, if it's anything other than a steel beam, run it forward. But if it's a steel beam and that box is full, then go ahead and run it out the overflow. And then it will basically run out the overflow in a separate whole system here and end up, oh, there it goes, like right over here with our iron rods. Our iron rods are full, so it's going to go ahead and divert those and run those into this overflow boxes that you just saw me in over there. So basically I can have it automatically do the work that you are normally doing at the beginning of the game, or I'm normally doing at the beginning of the game, which is sorting all this stuff, because you have all of a sudden you have this backlog of stuff in your inventory. You have too much stuff in your inventory and try to manage it. And so we just go in, throw it in there, build a sorter, and let it sort it for us, which is awesome. And also now we have this as well. Now I do have the ability to go ahead and just put stuff in the Dimensional Depot. That's pretty much what these boxes are for over here. Let's see if we have anything backlogged in here. Aha! There they are. I knew they were around here somewhere. And again, we also have some of these and some of this other stuff that we just happen to make along the way, and then we have a bunch of that stuff. Let's see if we have an extra Dimensional Depot. We do not. We do not right now, because we're out of Mercer Spheres, meaning we're using all of our Dimensional Depots, which you should, by the way, constantly have the maximum amount of Dimensional Depots running at any given time. And we can go find a Mercer Sphere, or we can go ahead and just have this tap into a Dimensional Depot that we already have. And see one that's already maxed out. I probably have some over here somewhere. I had one there. See how that looped up? I took that one out. I was using it somewhere else. Surprised. Oh, here's one right here. Okay, what are we using this for? Okay, so AI limiters. So we're going to take that out for now. And that'll give us our Mercer Sphere back. One of the cool things about the game is when you take something out, you get all the resources back. You don't have to worry about it. And then we can go ahead and put a Dimensional Depot right over here like that. And we'll take this belt back out. And we're going to run it super fast. Those belts are the slower belts. And this is a 1200 belt. So now what it's going to do is start to take that and fill that up. And one of the things that I can do, instead of doing it in my inventory here, I can just take that out and put that in here, and it will automatically fill that back up again. Now, when it comes to ammo, you can see that it can store 2,500 in there. So as you can see, it's filling it up like crazy, because again, we have all of our things to do with Mercer Spheres and also to do with storage, our Dimensional Depot, all maxed out via our MAM, which we'll go over here by our, all the batteries. Awesome. So again, we just keep scaling up and making it larger and larger. Look how we got this all little Christmas trees enclosed in there. So cool. That turned out amazing. But we want to go over here to our MAM and take a look at our research. You can see that I've completed pretty much all of the resources in these different lines. And one of those is our alien technology. You can see that we've done all of it. We've gone and upgraded so that this goes faster and done all this stuff. It does take a big chunk of your Mercer Spheres to do that, but there are a bunch of them in the world. The only thing we have left to do over here is a bit of our ionized fuel, which we could do, but we haven't really done any rocket fuel yet. We'll get to that And then over here we have our nuclear deterrent, which we haven't done that. I always like to leave something for me to do in the later game or later on in the game because that's fun. So we'll get in there. And I don't think I've ever used this in any playthrough yet. And I have done ionized fuel before. This is not rocket fuel. Sorry, it's not rocket fuel. This is ionized fuel. We already have rocket fuel unlocked. But we have just a couple more there, and then we're done with that. We already did all of our stuff there as well. Oh, look at this. We're dropping stuff somewhere. Look at this. We have a bunch of stuff that we were dropping. Again, we can just throw this away and throw that away. And then take all of this and put it in our sorter. Over this way. Let's do it. Yeah, I've been streaming for 11 years, Nomad, for a very long time. I do like me some Fallout 76 when I can find the time. Right now, a lot of mega playthroughs going on. A lot of them, and we just can't seem to finish any of them because we're just having too much fun. But we'll get to it again. Store that in there. It's going to automatically run down. Sort it all in appropriate boxes. If it has any overflow or it's not something that's sorting in these boxes, it'll end up in those overflow boxes. So I don't have to keep my inventory, so my inventory is not maxed out all the time. You see we got lots of stuff going here. We're going to clean up all the spaghetti later on, and we're going to actually build out vertical bases like that. And again, this you can tell this, everybody. See, this is the production, the orange. The blue is the storage. Orange, blue. See, that's what that all is right there. We also even tried out the elevators, which I find mostly useless. They are cool looking, but overall mostly useless for me because I can just float my way up there with my little gyro thing here. Over here, it's doing all of our concrete for us. And you can see the concrete is still running, which means that it is actually using up that concrete. Otherwise, it would come to a halt as well if it wasn't actually using that concrete. That concrete is running way up here, too. Again, see, I don't need an elevator, but I can just use my little floating thing. As long as there's power nearby, I can float my way up. Yep, there it goes. All that cool stuff. Wow, look at that cool spiral. All right. And I don't even need to take the hypertube. As you can see, I can just float my way up, get up there faster. So now we got all of that stuff squared away. We're ready to go ahead and again dip over this way. I say we take the hypertube. Speaking of taking the hypertube, I'm always testing my stuff, whether the hypertube allows me to switch, where does it end up, where does it start, where does it finish, kind of thing. And again, hypertubes are very fast. You can also make a hypertube cannon that make you go even faster, like you can really blast. Now I want to go ahead and switch direction. I'm going to go E that way, but notice that it didn't switch. And that's because, let me stop. Let me turn around and hold down W to go back the other way. That's not a switch there. It's actually a switch going this way, right? So if I'm coming in this way, now I can switch to that direction. And you can see it's just kind of a Y junction. When I'm coming in this way. So I can go past it, turn around, come back, and then go the way I actually want to go. And then, of course, when you're going up, it's going to go slower. When you're going down, it's going to go faster. So we're really going here. I can take this off our to-do list where we're going. Nope. Gotta get my cursor here. Clear list. There we go. We already got that done. And back over here where we're doing some more advanced stuff, and we're going to hit E to switch this way. There we go. And guess what? We got another spiral over here, everybody, because it's so easy for me to make them now. Check this spiral out. Whoa. Again, I love the scale of this game, everybody. It's so amazing. Down we go. It's all for fun, everybody. It'd be faster just to drop straight down, but a spiral thing is fun. All right, now here we are, everybody. Now what we're going to try to do is run this spiral through here. And you see I've got some power through here. And probably want to get our thing loaded here. Our explosive rebar. Get that out. Have some fun. There we go. So what we're going to try to do is make it run down this terrain and end up down there. You can see we also have some other stuff. We have some trains there. It's picking up a bunch of coal. We got a bunch of baddies over here. Boom! Take that, suckers! Get wrecked. Hiding behind the tree, are you? Hey, Fred, what's up? Fred's like, I'm out of here, man. Those explosives going off. All right, take out those baddies. That's one of my new favorite things, everybody. Explosive rebar. Pretty fun. You can blast trees and stuff with it, clear out debris. Very, very fun. Okay, now over here you can see that I've been working a bit with these foundations and trying to figure out how to make all these foundations work their way down so that we can run our train tracks down here, down this way, and then we'll run across it. Not that we couldn't just run it straight, which we totally can, but we are trying to make it work its way down into this lower area, and then have this cool stuff along the way here. Oh, whoa, I hit myself off the side. Oh, and I actually didn't die. Amazing. Watch out, you might accidentally shoot yourself. There we go. Actually going to clear some of these trees out of the way so it's not over the top of my path. Verticality, baby. Missed. So again, I had power because there's a power pole right there. And you see there's some power lines running there. But see, I put that power pole there because I need to fight those mobs. I'm good. Again, that verticality gives you a huge advantage because you can float up and side and left, and you go in unusual angles where they can't anticipate most of the time. All right, so now we're going down here. We're going to try to tie into our current stuff here. A lot of cool stuff going on through here where it's collecting this. And hey, here it comes. And you can see it's going through the cave. You can actually just put the tracks on the ground itself. You don't actually have to have them on foundations. You can run trains through caves, which is very fun. And over here, of course, this is where our massive amount of coal is. Really fantastic place, by the way, to help you get started in the game. You can see it's got massive backlog of coal there. And we were kind of doing our angles here, too, to see if we could angle it out through there to run stuff up that way. And our radar tower showing us where all the nodes are. Now, I do want to leave a lot of this greenery so that I can... by the way, just press space bar so you don't just drop like a rock when you run out of power. I can go in and bring a little bit of power over here. And then use this to float up, see what's touching my thing here. I like to just blow it up. You can use a chainsaw on it to get the resources if you want. I want it to be nice and clear so that when my train comes through... And if it's really tall like that one, I don't mind that one, but I do mind this one, which is a little too low. There we go. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. Again, this is where we left off last time, where we were working on our downward train. I feel like we could probably just use a spiral right here. This would be a good spot for a spiral there. Just a little mini spiral. Go right into the spiral. Down here, we could even take these ones from over here to match up to the world grid. Run this across. And use it like a template to match up to that side. There we go. And then let's say the spiral is right here. We would go 3 this way, and then 3 that way, etc. And we'll color it in with purple in the center. 2 yellows, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, like that, just to make it easy for you to remember what's what. And then blue, because that's the outside part of the spiral. And then we can go ahead and try to match this, which you can see is not part of the world grid. It's going very specifically along where the rest of the stuff is. So we want this to come in and then do kind of a left turn here to tie into this system, and then we're going to have it spiral back up again. See up there where that is? We're going to have it spiral back up again so that this can also access that upper area as well. Another thing we could also do is have this spiral do multiple things at the same time. So this spiral can also be coming down and hitting into the main system, but also this one could come out and go into the spiral and take the spiral up to match up to this part up here at the top. So great spot for a double spiral, basically, or a double useful spiral. Right over here. Kind of feel like maybe I'll pick that just right. Look at that. I don't like plants on my foundations if I can avoid it. There we go. Back those up a bit. Very nice. Now it's nice and clean. Okay, good. And maybe one more right there. There we go. Clean that up a little bit. Okay, now I'm going to show you how to do a spiral again. We just saw it earlier, but if you didn't see the perfect spiral, here we go. First thing we're going to do is put a pillar right here in the center. We want to decide which direction that the line is going to be coming down. And you can see that this one is elevated. We'll probably just elevate it as it comes down. We could actually try to bring it down to this level. We could try that by backing this up to here, but it wouldn't. See, the thing about going down like that is that it wouldn't be a consistent direction. This is also cutting through the ground here. And we might want to test this first before we get too far. Make sure that that does go very flat. It does. Okay. Very nice. And again, the trickiest thing is trying to match all these angles up and making sure that they do just run down there. And this is just to show me the path. But what I'm going to actually do is put the train tracks on the ground level, which I rarely ever do. I rarely ever put them actually on ground level. See, Fred's impressed. He's like, I'm over here striking a pose on this node right now. Look at him striking a pose. He's like, look at me. Strike a pose, Fred. All right, so we're going to go ahead and run this across here. Get bushes out of my way. And then we're going to run up this way and just basically run the train tracks on the ground. Dee. Right up in here. Okay. Here's our main entrance. And we have a big power going a bunch of different directions right in the way. All right, bye-bye, power. Okay, we probably just want to extend this out. 1, 2, and 1. This. And we're going to take this way, just because it's going to be a fun route. Again, I can't just take it straight across. I could have done it up here. I could have went straight across up there. But again, it's about embellishing it in this particular playthrough. We're just having fun embellishing our direction here. So we're going to go ahead and do this. And we use our scroll wheel to try to get this to figure out its arc. See, it just has this problem where it just... these massive arcs you need just to get this to do what you want it to do. It's off by just 1. Look at that. All right, well, let's see if we can arc this out further. I might want to go 1 more out just so we can get a good arc in there. Half arc there. There it is. Now the inside arc, a little trickier. A little trickier. Yeah, it needs to go here. This outer arc needs to be wider. We're just going to try to get this to go a little bit. Not going to go how we want it, but we're going to go a little bit like this. And then try to straighten it back out a little bit. There we go. I don't really like that kind of indent thing that it does. Not really my favorite. It's hard to get it to go back on, even though this is nice and straight, and you'd think it would go perfectly in there. It's more like it would go perfectly over here. That wider arc. Let's take this out. That wider arc could probably go here. Yeah. And then we'll go here. Take this arc. Bring it around. Now we have our double arc. There we go. And we're going to have some fun over here as well. We're going to try to get this to go this way. Yeah, it's going to be tricky there too. We need our power. Oh my god. Okay, so extend this out a little bit. Send that into the ground there. This one could probably go in the ground too, but probably unnecessary. Okay, so now what we want to do is we want to turn this corner. And we have our outside one. We want to start here. And then the smart thing to do is to look at the ground when you're doing stuff on the ground, because it's going to start to elevate it in a way that you're really not going to like, I find. And then this becomes really awkward in the way that it runs, because it'll just start clipping through the ground a lot like that. And so you probably want to create smaller segments. And again, we're just going to have this run down in there. You're like, well, how are you going to do this corner? Well, all I'm going to do is back up by 2, back up 2 here, and then put this right here. And then I just put these 2 together. Easy, right? Easy stuff. And this one we're going to back up by 1. Same thing here, and then the out turn here. Right there. Get that to go properly there. And there we go. Got our arc there. Now that arc's a little bit offset because I pushed this back a little bit, so it would be a bit easier to run. Again, now we're going to just run it on the ground level. Very rare that I ever do this, everybody. You've seen it in that cave, but I find it very awkward to run on the ground level because it does, again, clip through the ground a lot. But we got to keep our train going. And also I like my train tracks to be even, meaning I like them when they run very evenly along the thing. Clear any debris in the way. And then we're going to do something fun here. We're going to go ahead and divert around this here. Again, using your scroll wheel, you can control the angle of your tracks. And then, again, just to kind of give it a little bit of a flare there. The awkward thing is getting it to do it without it sinking in the ground too much. There we go. And then again... All segments is what's going to get this done. And coming back together. I suggest to kind of pre-think it out first before you get too far in it. Like I did there, I kind of figured out the track right here. Don't like how that's sinking. Oops. Oops a daisy. Put that away. I don't like how that's sinking there. So I'm going to go ahead and see if I can fix that a little better. I don't think it's going to let me. Let me just go around it. We're going from the very highly structured foundations to just running it on the ground. And it's going to create a fun ride going along there so that you do it. Now, I could go through and try to make all the foundations match up along here, but I would say it's really not worth it. I do like to clear debris as I go. Wow, we got this explosive rebar to help us. I love that. So fun. All right. again, we want to make sure we're running dual tracks so we can go back that way. Should we need to. Now we got to do corners. Corners are always difficult to get to go pretty easy. We're going to probably want to go here. Get this out of the way now. Just got to back up. Nice. Ish. All right. Little jungle cruise. Oops. Little jungle cruise we're making through here just for fun, everybody. Again, this is really unnecessary. I could just as easily just run the foundations and put a bunch of supports, but I have decided we're going to run it through here for the coolness factor. A bit like this. Ugh, see, I hate the way that it sinks into the ground. But we do what we got to do. Oh, man. I almost jumped. Right at that moment. Trying to sit it up a little higher and have it go around the tree. This one. Here. There. Nice. Nice, nice. Okay. Maybe a little bit more like this. Nope. This. Right to there. Purposely not trying to get the tree there. Just clearing off this. This one needs to go a little closer. And I'll put it like this. It's going to be a little too close to do that. And now we have it in the spiral. Oh, the tree's kind of in the way. Let's go out a little further if we can. Really way around this tree. All right, we'll go with it. We'll see how it rides. Now the whole point is to get that feeling of there we go, get up to speed. To get that feeling of going through the trees, right? So you have the trees going by, so you can get that feeling. That's the whole vibe that we're going for. I can fix this little bump here. Anything that does like this a lot, you want to kind of smooth those areas out. We're just seeing how it rides. We're looking at the overall speed of the train. And then now you can see it's back here. And we're just going to come to a stop. And then see how it rides in the other direction. And that's when you want to be watching for little things that kind of move in such ways that you might want to smooth. Here we go. That part right there. See that little, how it's doing that little twisty thing there? Completely unnecessary, because we could take that out and do that. See how it cleaned that up? Now we got a nice straight thing there. Same thing here into this corner. We have this kind of corner edge. So now we can just go have it do that, but it's kind of sinking in the ground. Don't really like that. I don't like it, so we'll do something like this, and then see if we can get something. Oops, still not good. We'll get something off of that. And maybe we might have to put a little curve in there just to keep it away from that thing there. Again, since we already have the tracks already in place, it's much easier to fix it. All right. Now that train went off the tracks way at the bottom because it just kept going and going on its own. But we're going to go ahead and do this. Here we go. Fred, of course, supervising. My buddy Fred. Here we go. Oh yeah, definitely smoother. A little bit of a bump here, but do what we got to do. That's good. Derail another train and smash into that train with it. Re-rail the train, take the train out. Re-rail the train, take the train out. You can actually put stoppers on there to stop it, by the way. Okay, that is definitely not good. We don't want that to be turned like that. We want this to go in nice and easy into our spiral. Now what we want to do is have this go around, though. We want to have it so it can basically divert past the spiral if we want. So we want to be able to go that way and then go this way, but which direction is which, right? It's kind of hard to tell which direction that your train is set up to go, right? So you have to go back and see the original part of the train and figure out what side is what. Like, is this side the backwards or is this the forwards? We'll go see. We'll see if I roll off the tracks. See how I like this? Oh, that's perfect. It's right in between those things. Nice. Take out some more of this foliage. Now, sometimes the foliage comes back in, by the way, and so you might have to come out here with a little crew, clearing out all that little extra foliage out of the way. Very close on that one. All right, so we're going to go back up the spiral here. Again, super smooth. This outside one is just rock solid. See, it's not going like I see so many spirals that are like that do that porpoising. Mine's super smooth, the perfect spiral. All right, now we go this way, what happens? Oh, we're going the wrong way, see? We're going against traffic this way because we actually want to come out of the train station and end up going that opposite direction. So great to go to your train station. Just make sure that you're always kind of keeping your train flow direction correct. Now we're going to turn around. And we're going to go back down. We know which one is our primary train flow direction. Well, it's also fun to check, test out the train. A big fan of testing. Okay, good job. Stop right here. Give ourselves a little bit of a reminder for future expansion and whatnot. Just like you saw me do earlier, I went in and I used my sign here. Put it right over here. Put it up a little higher so I can see it. And so this is the train flow going that way. And so we'll say train flow. And change our icon, monochrome, that way, select icon. There we go. Now here's, on the other one I put a train flow on both sides. But you only really need the train flow of one side because then you know what the other side is. You know that the outside one here is going that way. And you know that this one would be going back the other way, right? That's all I really need is one sign, but I showed you with both earlier, just to give you a general idea. All right, so this is the direction in which it's going to go down. Love how it goes around the tree. Later, trade. All right. So this is the train flow. Now, another thing we'll want to do, just to make this work a bit nicer, is go ahead and pre-make some lines here for it to tap into. Because that'll make these connections much nicer. Like this. Now, this is a little too close, so we want to go ahead and back this up. And this time, we want to go from this way back like this. Then connect that in like that. There we go. So we know the train flow direction is right here. Again, if you have trouble seeing small signs, everybody, you can make even bigger signs if you want. Train flow direction is on this side. Could have copied that other one, just dawned on me. That's okay, it doesn't take too much to just type train flow. We know the train flow is on this outside one, and the train flow is flowing into here. Now we want to go ahead and have the option to go into the spiral, but this actually is not the side where the spiral is going to be, right? We want to have this to have the ability to go and connect into the rest of the system, and we want this to be able to come back and go into the spiral. So the spiral is actually going to be over here. So let's go ahead and add our spiral. So we're going to start with our we have an A1, an A2, and a B1, right? So A1 is the start of the spiral. And so we want to angle it. We want to put it right between these two blue areas. We're going to hit H. So we can just nudge it right where we want it to go. Again, between the blue one on the outside and the yellow one on the inside. And now we have it lined up perfectly. And we also have our hypertube if we want. Great thing about this hypertube, though, is that I can get in the hypertube and start to travel, and then AFK, go make myself a sandwich or something, and then come back. Even if it does take longer, if it does that spiral, at least I can just get in there and go wherever I want to go, which is great. As long as I have it set up so it'll end up where I want it to be. Now, on the other side here, we're going to have our B version of the spiral. And again, these blueprints will be available and are available right now on my Patreon, but I'm going to do the updated versions this Friday. So again, if you want to become a Patreon supporter, you go to patreon.com/Kismet. I know, how easy is that? It's even got my name on it. Isn't that crazy? All right, so there we go. So we've got our A and our B. Now, the A1 is just the starting. It is not a repeatable one. If you put another A1 down, it's not going to work. So what we need is another one that we can just keep repeating on top of that one. Now, I actually think I have a level here, a thing where I made the spiral. Somewhere, maybe. Let's see. 6, 8, 9. What's this? 3, B, and 5. B2, high spiral. Okay, yes, I already have them in number 10 here. I move over a little bit. In set number 10, I already have them. So basically, I went into blueprinting up here, and I went to this particular quick set here, and then press 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in order. It helps me remember what I'm doing. So I went ahead and did 1, and then this is A2, which is a repeatable one. I'm just going to aim kind of at the top here. I forget where my aim spot is on this particular one. I think it's at the top somewhere. Doesn't really matter in the long run, because now you can just hit H and nudge it exactly where you want it to go. And I find once you have the blueprint that you want, you can go into blueprint mode. Like, so you can see here that it's a little awkward, but if I hit R, I can go into blueprint mode and try to snap it to the top of it. The only problem with this particular blueprint is that I have this hypertube up there. If it was flat at the top, I could have them line up on the top like that. But the blueprint mode doesn't work in this particular case. So what we'll do is we'll aim at the top of this, hit H, and then just nudge, 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 nudge. Using my arrow keys, nudge that right into position, and then we just keep doing that over and over again until we reach the height that we want. Like this, and then H. And now that you got the idea, everybody, I'm going to speed up. Now, I typically play at like 50 times the speed that you are watching me play, everybody. I've been gaming for 50 years. That's right. That's why they call me the Gaming Tycoon. I started when gaming began, way back in the day. There we go. We got that going. Now we want to go ahead and do our repeat over here. We have our start, and then we have our repeat. We want to put up on top here. This feisty. And then here, that over, up, 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 so it matches up to the top. There we go. And we should have that. Okay, now all we need to do is do our repeats now, because we got the other two already started. We just want to make sure we have our arrow directions the same. Just keep doing that over and over. Now, I also have a problem of don't have enough power, so I can't float all the way up. But that can be easily fixed by the actual run lines here that we can tie in. But what we want this to do is we want these trains to actually turn and go underneath here, because the other trains are going to be going over them. And it's going to look super cool when it's done, by the way, because you'll have trains going up and down the spiral, as well as you'll have trains going underneath the spiral as well. So we're going to basically have it where we have our entry spiral and our exit spiral here. We know this is the direction in which it's going. And so we're going to have it go there and then turn around and come back this way. So we're going to go ahead and work on this. Again, before you do all the rest of the spiral, good to figure out all of your directions, where all your other lines are going to be, all of that stuff. Just saving you endless amount of hours of extra work that you would be doing if you don't figure this stuff out first. Notice that I've got the 2 offset here and then 2 here, which means that my line is going to be here. I'm going to go ahead and just take this and run it way over here. Let's say here. I'm going to take our red one the rest of the way. Okay, so 2 that way, 1 here, 2 back, and then we'll go ahead and put that right there and run this as our incoming line. All right, this is our incoming line here. Oops. Try that again. I like to run it right down the middle of the foundation. That's my jam. Right to there. Hey, when I click it at the last minute, it moves forward a little bit. It happens a lot. Just do it again. Now you're going to notice on this one that I'm going to back this one up just a little bit, and that's because I'm going to have it go underneath here and end up over here. All right, now this one's easy. Just connect that right there. And we're going to need to back this one up so we can run it along this edge and then eventually recombine it over there. We're going to take this out. We've got our 2, we got our 1, we got our 2, we got our 1. So right here, we can just go ahead, start it here, run it there, take this one, run it there, and GG's. See how I did that so fast, everybody? Again, knowing those offsets, I'm showing you some of the best stuff right now, the best stuff, how to make all that work. So again, we have a return line, and we also have our primary line that's going to tie into all of this. Now, I'm not going to tie it in right now because this is pretty much a separate line for right now. We want to let this coal keep running because this coal is actually our power over here. But now we have the ability to, of course, run it in. And this being our incoming line, that's our outgoing line. So if we wanted to go back out, so say we go in here, we could go in and we could turn around up there, come back, go here, turn around right there, go here, go that way, go all the way up into there if we wanted to. This particular one over here on this side, though, is an incoming this way, right? You can see it's just incoming and does not tie into this. But I could just as easily, after the train goes by, just have a little bypass here where this could bypass over to there and rework this. But we're going to leave it as is so it can continue to do its job without us interrupting it. We'll come back and we'll rework all of this when we go to rework all of these trains and rework all of our production whatnot. Instead of the train going that way, by the way, the train could also go this way instead. So I could replace all of those lines with these lines here. Just have this spiral up. As well as I could have this just go and bypass this kind of scenic route. and just go straight up, tap into this, and then end up right up to that top spiral, which I have this other area for that reason. Later on, we also have all these other things that are going up that way. We're going to be doing stuff with that all later. Right now, we're working on our progression over here. So we want to go ahead and put in our start lines over here. Across here, and you can see we're already going to have a problem with foliage, but we have anti-foliage removal easy mode here. Get out of my foundations, you evil nature. Just channeling my inner fix-it right there. And this right here to half there. Half foundation to half foundation. And there we have our entrance and exit to the spiral. Very nice. Okay. So again, we have multiple directions going here. Now what I'm going to do just for power is I'm going to tap this into there. And what that's going to do is electrify these lines here, and the same thing here. I can just go ahead and tap that into there. And that's pure for power. We'll go ahead and adjust this later so that you can come back on the line, which would be this line, by the way. That you can come back on that line and go there. This lane can go in, and it would actually go to the left, so it could go up into those other train stations or circle around and end up into this. And then this would come back. See how that train's coming that way? That would come back, and then this would be the return line, as well as you'd also want a return line here at the end, which would go in and return into this way. Okay, now let's go ahead and build ourselves another spiral. We've already got two. Why not make a third one? Here we go. Now, as I add this spiral, it's going to bring the power with the tracks. Again, you see I got these spirals down, man. They are beautifully perfect spirals. Took a lot of effort, a lot of work, build these blueprints. Made them myself, live here on stream. And just spin around. If it's not going the way you want it to go, everybody spin around in the direction you want it to go. Again, going to half foundation. These are all perfectly offset. So again, you're going to have that nice smooth ride. See how it's going the wrong way? Turn in the direction you want it to go. Oh, come on, you. There you go. And you'll get it to go, usually. Just take some fuddling with it. Come on, you. Sometimes a little extra feisty. There we go. Yeah, I love how they fixed this now, so you can do the half arc. Come on, you. I do this all day. By the way, while I'm using up all these resources, it's making more, putting it right back in the dimensional depot. I don't have to do a darn thing. Automated all of that process. All right, so we've reached the top of this right here. Very nice. And we go to this one here and this one there. Kind of a little easier if you have the top open. Like that. All right, spiral keeps going. Now we want to go ahead and keep bringing our spiral up. So that we can tap into this here. We're going to make a bunch of supports that create a little land bridge here. And then this is going to divert and re-merge in with our current spiral that's over there. So with multiple spirals running different directions, you go up, down, left, through the forest, wherever you want to go. And we're going to let our trains choose which it thinks is the funnest and coolest of paths. But again, our spiral can be an infinite distance up. And again, we have our center supports here. We got to bring our actual center thing here, which actually serves no purpose other than it looks like it's supporting it. Because just like in Minecraft, everybody, you can just build a whole bunch of stuff floating up in the middle of the air. Doesn't have to be actually supported, but it does look super cool, doesn't it? Let's see some GGs in the chat for looking cool. All right. Let's go back here and let's go ahead and continue our high spiral here on our A2 repeat. And nudge this over. And again, remember, you can't take the blueprints that I have, put them into your playthrough. And if you have all the stuff that's unlocked here, like the all these pieces and parts, you'll be able to use those if you're at that part of the playthrough. I do have some lower end spirals too for the earlier game if you want to do those. It's really up to you. And in fact, I'll make it even easier. I'll go and I totally forgot to do it earlier. Put all those links in the chat for you guys. All right, that's looking pretty good. We're at level. And then let's go over here and use this B2 repeats. Aim right there at the top. Hit H, nudge it over. Anybody been watching Night of the Seven Kingdoms? Put one in the chat. Let me know. Oh, man. What a banger of an episode that last one was. Oh, man. Make a grown man cry, man. That was a rough one. So I haven't read the books, so I don't know what was going to happen. That's a rough one, man. No spoilers, though. No spoilers in the chat. But, man, if you guys are looking for a new series to watch, other than Fallout. Well, I've been watching that too. That's also excellent. So glad to be alive in this timeline, everybody, of excellent Fallout TV show and excellent Game of Thrones. But yeah, that Night of the Seven Kingdoms is awesome. And that was one insane episode. That is for sure. I'm going to go ahead and put my railway here so I can also access my railway. All right, here we go. This outside one in there. Make sure it's nice and straight. In the center. There we go. Come on, you. Great thing about Satisfactory, man, it's very relaxing. You just chill, build yourself some cool stuff. So, how are we looking? Man, it looks like right about here. And see, I'll spiral it up till I see when I'm ready to flatten it out. And then connect it into our other stuff we're going to do over here. It's pretty close. So I can go ahead and run this across. See where this level hits. And we probably, uh-oh. Get this going. We probably want to go and do an inside and an outside. Again, when we have we need a 2 distance before we go into a corner. So we probably want to do this for this outside one. And then we can go ahead. I think we just get this to turn on in there on its own. Yeah, we can get that right into there. And we'll see if we luck out on this one. Oh yeah, 100%. Nice. Again, the rest of this is just here to help me turn it. There we go. And boom, everybody. Look at that. And then over here, we can go into blueprint mode. Just take that out. Take the top of this spiral out. And there we go. Awesome. Perfect. I love it when a plan comes together. All right, now I'm just going to go a little bit forward on these, and the reason why I'm going to do that is just so these flatten out really well. And then, again, now we got a decision point here. We can go left, we can go right. We can go ahead and run this in either direction. And that's a perfect place for that spiral, too. Awesome. Okay, and then we have our run over here. From over that way. Put it right there for right now. And we should probably back run here. Now, again, I could have just brought it through here and then just ignored that one going through the trees, but we're just kind of doing fun stuff so we can get it going. Now, what we want this to do is to end up right back over here. So we want to go ahead and take this down just a little bit. Again, you want to do a lot of figuring of things out while you're going. Again, which way is our down direction? Our outside one is our down direction. So we want our outside to, this one's becoming down and then going that way. So go ahead and say, do something like this. Down direction there. Now the trickier part is trying to do the inside one, which is going to be tough. Also, you have this kind of weirdness with the tracks when you're doing that kind of stuff. We'll work on that. But we want this to end up down there, and typically when you're doing something, you can get a little bit of speed if you let it come in here. Now, when you're going a downward angle, you want to go half track and then down a half and one, or you can, because otherwise you have this huge lift under there. Which I really don't like. I really don't like it when it lifts really high. Like if you go really far here, this will get this really weird high lift sometimes in there. See that, how it lifts between the foundations? I really don't like that. So you can either put the half on one side or the half on this side, meaning I can go, say, this way, and then go 1.5 this way, which will give us this nice kind of embedding into the thing with not that much of a lift, very rock solid in there, and then we can go ahead and run it nice down here. Same thing down here. I'm going to go down, go to a half, a foundation, that's what I'm talking about, and then into there. Really good transition there. Okay, very nice. So this is the incoming line. We'll put supports and all that kind of fun stuff in there at some point. So we got all sorts of different directions that it can go. Now also in this particular area where I am at, there are other resources over here that it can go down and tap into as well. So I can spiral it down, go over here and get this copper ore, or go get this caterium and have it spiral down here and then run along all this, get all this stuff and come back this way. I also have ones up high. I can run them down low. We're going to have a pretty involved train system, as you can see, as well. So we got all that stuff in there. Now we want this to go ahead and keep running this way. And we can actually take these out now and utilize our blueprints. Let's go. All right, now I just got to remember where they're at. Let's see. Foundations. We need our 2 wide. Here we are. And we can... That's not 2 wide. Our 2 wides. Oh, not in there. Oh wait, no, we don't want to do that. We want to use our blueprints. No. We want to use our blueprints anyway. We'll get into it. All right, now this is for our spiral, it looks like. More spiral stuff. This was our other spiral. Yeah, that's our spiral earlier in the game. What we want is we want our tracks. Where do we put our tracks? Right here. Here we go. Okay, so we're going to look down here and say, you know what? This would be a really good spot for a support. So we're going to go ahead and hit this. Now, again, I have this blueprint that allows me to go ahead and just and insert that in, line that up to what it currently has. We've already figured out it coming down and flattening out, so we're going to flatten it out right there. Now I have this where this is super easy, everybody. You just take this and you go ahead and run it down. So I middle mouse buttoned it, rotated it, going to do a vertical. And then when it runs in here, you just go up by 2. And there you go. Now you have your support distance. And you're like, well, Kismet, there's no support at the bottom. Well, we'll get to that here in just a second. Notice how it's auto-rotating and aligning itself there. Then what we want to do is we want to go ahead and put, we can put an under support here. Here it is, number 9. Now I have this set up in such a way that it is actually the arrows going in the direction in which the thing is going. Now the way to do this, you aim underneath like this. You can see that it's snapped underneath there. And then we now have this really easy, massive support that's holding that sucker up. Isn't that cool? That's pretty awesome. And then what we do is we have a modular train system. And not just a modular train system, everybody, a mega modular train system. And as you will see here in just a second, we're about to seriously run some trains through here. So I also have this in order. So basically I can just press it down below there and it's going to grab my blueprints in order. Now we're on number 2 here. And we're going to try to remember which way our arrows were going. That's a good idea. Let's go ahead and try it this way so we can try to remember. So my arrow is aiming in the direction that I'm going. I'm going to go ahead and left click there. And you can see now that has snapped to that one. So now these are all interchangeable or usable blueprints. And then we'll go ahead and take all this out here. And again, we'll rework that into here later. But now we're going to go ahead and use number 4, which should snap onto here. Now you can see I've got it in blueprint mode. And the blueprint mode does work well for this particular thing, but what I really want is auto connect. Because not only is it going to auto connect the train tracks, but if you notice up there, it's also auto connecting the hypertube. So I can now do both of those at the same time. So I don't have to connect those together. They are now connected as well as the hypertube is connected. So as I run it back the other way, all of that will be connected and will connect into everything over there. So I can divert this way and just go down this line as far as I want to go. And we've got some stuff to navigate through here as we go as well. Now we definitely need some power as well, so we want to go over here and make sure that our track is connected. A little too close there on that one. I'm going to try to back this and do this the other way. I'm going to bring this down. We're going to say we're going to go half here and 1 full there. So we'll start here, 1 there, half here. Then this will be 1 1/2, and it will connect to that. Nice. And then just for funsies, we're going to go ahead and see if we can get this connected in there somehow. Again, to electrify both tracks for testing later. And then, of course, we'll rework all of that later. Okay, and we are back to supports. Now, every second one of those, I have this, and again, you don't even need supports, everybody, but every second one of those, I'm going to look at where it's at down here. I'm going to go ahead and put a support in there. Now, one of the things, see how it's kind of snapping really weirdly there with the auto connect? I'm going to set it to default. Aim this arrow in the direction I'm going. Nudge this into position like this. And then, if you notice up here in the hypertube, I can go ahead and then change the mode again. So once I have it in position, I can change the mode, and then it will auto-connect into there, just like that. Now, if I did this correctly, if I'm remembering correctly how to do this, when we go to do the next one, oh, it's already working. When we go to do the next one, it'll auto-connect across that gap. Yay me. All right, there we go. Boom. And then it just auto-connected both the hypertube and the tracks. And rinse and repeat until you've got yourself some tracks all over the world. Like this. Very cool. And then we just rinse and repeat over and over and over. There we go. Into there. And down. And I hope you don't mind me speeding up. If you do have some comments or questions, feel free to let me know in the chat. I love just chilling out, have a good time. Notice the auto connect. And then number 3. Again, this took some figuring out, everybody. It took us some time to get this all figured out. Okay. is. Figure out what's going on with this. There we go. And then again, auto connecting. All looks good. Boom. Nice. And we'll come back and put all the supports in later. Just to keep your momentum going. How are we doing on time? Holy mackerel. 2.5 hours. Feels like 5 minutes. Notice how this is not quite lining up here. See how that's kind of offset and you can't get it to line up? Here's another gaming secret for you. Hold down Control and then page down. Notice it lines up perfectly. You're welcome. I just saved you so much frustration, everybody, because I learned it the hard way. Why is that not lining up? Why is the thing not doing the thing? And that's because they added that vertical nudging, and then if you use Control, Control allows you to be more precise when you are doing stuff. So very cool. All right, and then we will go ahead and get this going on. And again, we're just going to try to get it to go through here for now. And number 4 with our auto connect. 2. So I'm just going 2, 3, 4. Now the other ones over there are for angles. Whenever I'm going up and down with it. And I feel like we'll probably go to this one. Like that. Again, making sure the auto connect is working. And again, notice it's also bringing the power forward too. So it's bringing the power along the electrified line to go. Now we got some problems here. So we're going to have to probably go up and over a little bit. Be even cooler to go way up over the top. Or we can kind of divert through that area there. Now our goal, everybody, is to go, we went up here, and now we're going across this way. So we're going to end up going across this kind of bottomless pit here, all the way over here through this. Look, we've got some nitrogen gas there too. But this is perfectly lined up to where the oil is over here. So that's our main goal, is to make it all the way over to there. And we're looking pretty good, but we got a bottomless pit over here we got to get over. I kind of feel like I'll just go straight. Keep that as straight as possible so it make my train go as fast as possible. But we definitely got some issues here, so we're going to definitely have to gain a little bit of incline before we get too far. So let's go ahead and add some incline to this section. And again, you can remove the whole thing because of the blueprint, which is pretty cool. And so what we'll do is we'll go ahead and use our other one here, which is made at an angle already, very much similar to the other one, but is already angling up. Like that. Again, making sure that our thing is also angling up there. And then I have got a bunch more mega blueprints. I basically do the same thing, everybody. They allow us to go up on an angle here. And I want to page up to line that up, just like that. Auto connecting, very nice. Now these are reversed, where the arrow's pointing in the opposite direction. And then let's see if we can clear this here. That definitely looks like it might have gone the other way. Yeah, I think it goes the other way. I think I might have fixed it. All right, let's take that one out. And let's go ahead and try the 7 first. 6, 7, 8. 8 first. Now sometimes they're reversed depending on which way I'm running the tracks. So I have to figure it out each time a little bit. This shouldn't be hanging off the side. There we go. Yep, that's it right there. We just got to get it to nudge over. Hold down the control key. Page up, page up. There it is right there. Very nice. All right. Right into those trees, but that's okay. Again, they're both facing this way. This did not gap that, but that's okay. We can gap it ourselves because it's going from a flat surface into an angle surface. So we're gonna go in and make that work. The second I can find my track tool, there we go. Add into that. Very nice. Easy clearing of trees. Real question is, do we want to flatten out or do we want to keep going up? kind of feel like we could flatten out, go right through there. It does look like I'm going to have to divert to the side a little bit, so I have to make a little rounded side to go through there. But the coolest thing is when you get all this done and you're, figuring out all the small things as you go, and then that really adds to the overall, like, feel of it when you're actually going down that particular track. So I kind of feel like we'll flatten out there. Let's go ahead and flatten out right here. So we'll go back to this one. And we'll aim it in this direction. Don't really have, this is actually symmetrical, so it doesn't matter which way I aim it, but just for the sake of our direction here. And then we'll come back, we'll work on some more of that. All right, probably a good time to save, too. We did a whole bunch. We did a whole bunch of stuff. All right, so again, everybody, we're not going to miss on Satisfactory today. We're going to get some stuff done. We're going to run this line. And now we're just going to keep running it. We're going to try to run along. We might even try to attach it to the side of these big pillars because we're about to go over a bottomless trench. If you fall down that bottomless trench, everybody, you die. So we'll come back and do that here in a minute. Now, one of the cool things about Satisfactory, though, is I can just let it run. I'm going to go ahead and bring my character way up here. See if there's any baddies that might shoot me over there or down there. Because I have the verticality of the power there. And then I can just kind of let the factory run. Look how cool this is. The spiral right there is going to tap into there and then tap down there. And we'll have trains going up and down in all sorts of ways. All sorts of fun ways. I see a train running over there where that quartz is at. But I can just float here while I'm on break so that it will continuously run all the resources. Put a bunch more resources back in the backlog before I go ahead and do more of this. This way, I'll have enough resources to keep this running. All right, everybody, here's what we're going to do. We're going to bring up some words on stream for you guys to play and have some fun. Let's go ahead and press all the buttons here. There we go. You guys can enjoy some of this. I'm going to take a bit of a break. We're going to come back with some more Satisfactory. Again, work together as a team. I'm going to give you a bunch of kiss caps for working together. Here we go. Back in a minute. right, I'm back, everybody. I put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. How we doing over here? Harm's doing all the work. All right, Harm, me and you, come on, let's go. We'll work together. We'll try to get it done right here. Let's go. What do we got? Cream is a word. All right. Let's go. Oh, thanks for the 1 as well. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a bunch of Kiss Caps as well. Oh, we got the retweets done as well. Let me go ahead and give you some Kiss Caps for that as well. Let's go. Oh, yeah, there you go. You got 1 care. Now, come on, everybody. Join in. Ream of paper. R-E-A-M. Oh, I got to be unlocked first. R-E-A-M. There we go. Ream of paper. What? Mir, M-E-A-R. Trying to think of words that are odd words so you guys can get all the easy ones. M-A-R, Mayor. Mayor. M-A-R-E. Mayor. Yeah, there we go. Look at me, and I'm getting some words here. It's amazing. Come on, we got this, Harm. Me and you. Anybody can join in, by the way. Come on, let's work together. What? Race is the word. Duh. Sometimes it's like a super simple word. You suddenly see it. There you go. What else? R-A-C. Oh man, Mayor. I already got that one. Mayor, comma, C-A-M-E, C-A-R-A. I don't know. I don't even know what any of these other words could be at this point. I'm just putting a bunch of letters together. Just keep typing letters until something happens. Kriya, maybe. Nope. Well, I tried a bunch. We got it, though. We got it done. Way to go, Harm. Way to go. I'm going to give everybody some Kiss Caps on your behalf for working together there in chat. Nice. All right, we got it done. That's what's most important. Harm rose up in the chat to get her going. All right, now let's get back to some Satisfactory, everybody. We're going to get it going on over here. We're building out our very awesome spiral here. We're running it through the middle of the area there. And we got to go back and we got to work a bit on our, gotta turn our game sounds on our supports here as we go. Might as well get them done as we're doing our thing here. So what I'm going to do is just middle mouse button. I'm going to go out of blueprint mode. Middle mouse button this outside one. And just run that down. Like so. That's going to be some big support there. Okay, until it hits 2 in the ground like that. Let's actually say there. That's good enough. That is a massive support. All right, and then all the way down. Mine is a lot easier if you're aiming at the bottom because it'll auto rotate the piece on these rounded pieces. And then right here, it is number 9 actually. There we go. And then we'll aim it in the direction that we're going, which is that way. Oh. All right, yeah, and it sinks right in the ground there. That is one massive support. Looks cool, though. That just happened to miss this other one, too. Very cool. All right, over here. What do we got? We'll see what happens on this one. Again, I don't know what's going to happen. The cool part is figuring out, is it going to pass it up? Is it going to be... Wait a minute. Why is that? Why is that only 1 wide? Oh, probably because this way I could run it down into there. I actually kind of feel like we could go without this. Without this support. Let's just go without that one and just try to double gap over to there. We're going to do that instead. Double gap. Take this out. Yeah, double gap that over. And then just do this one, which will still look legit. Then again, up by 2, 1, 2, say there. This. Again, hope you guys don't mind me speeding up now, because I think you got the gist of this. Find where our arrow is. This way. Boom, sitting right on that edge. Cool. Very cool. Hello, who's that? Bruneen, what's up, Bruneen? Thanks for coming in and hanging out, man. We are finally getting some time in on some Satisfactory. Man, so much IRL getting in the way, everybody. IRL, just IRLing lately. But we're getting it done now. Again, I don't like any trees touching my thing. And that seems a little low. Get out of there, tree. Get away. Now, we had to rise this up a little bit here because we have this overarch here. So we rose this up. We got that one in. Again, I've designed this whole thing to make this super easy to put these in. And again, see how it's 1 and then you go up by 2 because we know the bottom one basically is going to be too high. And who knows what crazy mobs we might run into while doing this, but we do what we got to do. And rotate that around so it's aiming this way. There we go. And I like how it sinks into the ground in certain points as well. Okay, back to work. And we're bringing it up and then we're flattening it out right here. And we're going to try to run it as straight as we can. And we might have to do a little diversion. But we'll do what we got to do. And we'll get this in here. Like so. Nudge that into position. That's not gapping very well. Yeah, it doesn't want to do that because of the way that this one's coming up. So we're going to take these tracks out. Woo, almost down we went. And then we'll go ahead and move these tracks back just a little bit so they can gap across there properly if I can hold on to that power long enough. There we go. Again, you can always rework your blueprints to make them match up nicely. And then again, we're going to transition into a straight piece. Edge that in, make sure that it's straight. Does seem like it's up or something. Yep, control page down. There we go. Now you can see it's auto-connecting across there. All right, let's see what happens over here. Oh, we definitely going to need to divert that way. Need to divert over that way. I think I do have a rounded thing that we made. Where did I make that rounded corner? Corner railings. Yes, those are angled side railings there. The problem when you're out for a bit, you forget. Train curve. Ah, there it is. That's what we need. This one's going to be too close as well. But we can curve it one way and then have it curve back the other way so it curves back. But again, this one's going to need to be modified. No worries. We're going to bring this back 1.5 from the edge, foundation-wise. Then we're going to get our curve again. Remember where it was. I saw you, but now you hiding. Sometimes it's right in front of the face. Right there, train curve. All right. I made this cool train curve in case we need to curve it around. Like we need to right now. And so we'll do that. And then we'll take it over here and see if we can reverse it. See if this lines up. Looks good. How's this going to work out? Ooh, too close. Too close. We're still going to end up needing to go around there. So if we do go like that, let's put it down and look at it. Clear all this debris out of the way. Okay, so we go this way. Well, maybe. Again, I'm trying to keep some of the trees so you have this cool feel of the trees itself. Probably want to put a support on there first. A support on that side and support on this side. Let's go ahead and push this forward just a little bit more. This way we'll have a support there, and then we'll have one here, and then on that side, and then as it goes forward. So we'll put a nice support right here before we go into the curve. Again, having the blueprints already pre-made makes this so easier. It just makes it so much easier. Maybe number 5 is the curve. Hey, I already had it in my bar there, but I just realized that number 5 on my bar actually is this curve here. Very nice. Looks good to me. Okay, that way. These are designed to work together. Okay, nice. Yeah, might as well do it as we're going. Because when you reach your destination, this will all be done. Okay. Support there. And then ran out of power. Uh-oh. There we go. These are not connected. We got to connect this, otherwise we are going to have no power to float around over there. There we go. Now we can float around again. The power's coming down through the tracks themselves. I think this might actually just make it past here. Let's see what happens. Never know until you know, you know? Control down. And this has to be... Oh, I'm gonna have to, I just rework the other end. Yes, now, see on this other, I have to rework this because it's only a single foundation wide. The minimum you can have is 1.5 foundations wide when you're doing tracks. That's the minimum size. So what I'm gonna do on this particular one is I'm gonna actually turn off the auto connect and just manually connect that myself so that I can readjust this outgoing side. I want to see if it... Wow! Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, everybody. That was pretty lucky, everybody. Wow, that is so awesome. Almost like a fate thing right there, everybody. Almost like it was meant to be. All right, let's go and blast all these trees out the way. That tree I'm going to leave. This tree's in my way. That was cool. All right, I like that. I like it out a lot. Okay. Let's fix these tracks. I'm just going to run this Run that again. Again, you do a lot of modification as you go along because you're going to have to fit it around corners and adjust all of this stuff as you go. Okay, very nice. And then we've already got all this connected. We want to do our thing here, which we can do as a curve, by the way, which is really fun. So you'll get that kind of curve that somewhat follows this. Now, I could put one here in the center and have this kind of curve and then curve again. So you have the perfect curve that goes along with this, but I don't, you know, I don't have to have everything be symmetrical, everybody. It is fun to break that symmetry from time to time. Okay, that's looking good. We got our support down here to do. Of course, there's mobs and other dangerous things about, everybody, so we got to watch out for them too. But if they're not bothering us, we're not going to bother with them. This is really fun, by the way. Again, this game is awesome. Game's a 12 out of 10, everybody. It was like, hey, Kismet, we're going to build a game. What game you want? This one. Again, this is the one I want. This one's so good. This is why I take my time with this game, too, everybody. Oh, look, there's a bunch of resources right there, too. What do we got right there? Bunch of iron and all sorts of good stuff. Oh, see, we're about to go over the chasm here. Yeah, we might have to do another little curve around there. All right, so we got our first one in, and then we want to do our next one here. Get that one in place and go back to auto connect. There we go. Nudge it in position, and off we go. I feel like I'm going to try to figure out some way of connecting it to the side of this when we go over this bottomless chasm here. And then instead of it going down, it's going to go sideways. So this one's going to go down though, because we can make that one go down. So we'll figure out something to do with that, just to make it uniquely different in those sections. I got these so these are easily repeatable and easily connectable. Now, this is where things get dangerous. We're hanging out over the bottomless pit. Okay, and this also is when we get this one that's not gonna... I mean, I could try to make it run down there. Oh, maybe we could get it right on the edge there. Now, let's see what happens. Now, the problem also is, everybody, is that I could very easily get stuck down there. As I'm going because it doesn't have any power. So you got to watch out that you don't end up way down there with no power. Because there's no stations coming through here. It looks like there's something down there. Is that a Mercersphere? Mercersphere or something. How could I do this where I could get power? I could just put a station. Yeah, we could put a station here temporarily. Let's see. We got our freight platform, we got our things, we got our train platform here. Let's just put a train platform here temporarily. I'm just going to snap it in there like that, just so it is running the power. Then what I can do is I can snap the power of the train station, wherever it is. Here. Oh, it's already connected. I can use that power to run down here. Find me a spot. Right there. There he goes. Yeah, it is a Mercersphere. Okay, again, using the power of our verticality there. Cool. Wow, look at this cool waterfall. Neato. Neato stuff. Okay. Also looks like we have some power up here at the top running. Yeah, I can see we've got some power across there. Oh, yeah. Looked like we were up here doing something. Oh, there's some sand ore up here. Oh, man. See, we could put a station right there and tap this sand ore and run it down there. Oh, we got some radiation down there. Some uranium. Yeah, there's a sand ore here. I wonder what node this is. Pure node. Awesome. See, now we can tap that pure node, run it down, build a station here or over here, and tap that node and run it right down there. Probably later. Right now we want to get across this gap here. Probably go out and then go around. We want to figure out how we're going to do our support down here. Let's take that tree out. You're out of there, tree. Let's see how our support works out. Does it hit the edge or does it go out into the gap? Here we go. Let's go find out. Again, that's why I brought the power down, so I can run this down and see what happens. Oh, I think it's going to miss. It is pretty close, though. Put it right on the edge. Have it sunken right there on the edge. Yeah, that'd be cool. It's all about cool, everybody. It's about it being cool. More supports. Some big boy supports here, too. That's why I always have my plates and concrete running 24/7. Never stops, never gonna stop. Okay, let's see how this works out. Ah, yeah, that's cool. Right on the edge. All right, I like it. I'm going with it. We might want to tap this up even higher. Find a little spot. You got to find a little flat spot to put it on, otherwise it doesn't work. I think that's too far there. Yeah, maybe go this way. Yep. Okay, now what I can do is instead of tapping it into the power systems of the railroad tracks, this is powered by all this other stuff. So when I take this station out, I'll still have the ability to go down there if I need to. All right, blueprint. Station was only temporary, so I could run a power line off of it. I should probably make some way of something super simple that does that instead of doing the whole thing. But that's okay. We got it done. Let's continue on. Next one. And again, we're just doing a massive amount of train running today. Yes, that's where you fall to your death right there, everybody. You gotta have some real trust in yourself not to screw this up. You're definitely gonna need a curve around there. And this is where I'll make it go like attached to the side of the waterfall or something fun. And I'm making this look easy. I've never built this much train tracks, by the way. in any playthrough ever. So you guys are watching the biggest playthrough I've ever done. Right here. And the reason why I haven't is because I was waiting to do it this time. Waiting for the mega playthrough. Okay, we definitely want to figure out, do we want to do a support there? Let's see if we can get another one in. See how close we get to the wall. So we can always take it out. Again, the cool thing about it being a blueprint is that we can take it out and readjust it. Okay, now are we lucky enough to get the curve in there? Or is it going to end up in the mountainside? Survey says... Ah! It was almost like I did that on purpose, everybody. This is just magically happening as we're going, everybody. Sometimes you luck out, sometimes you don't, by the way. That is just too funny. All right, let's move this back so we can have that connect in there. But yeah, that just happens to magically keep working out there. All right. This is a great way to do curves, everybody. To kind of pre-set up your curves ahead of time. Yeah, this one's too close. This one's got to go back a bit more. We're going to go back another half here. And get our curve in there. And it's auto-connecting. Very nice. And then we did a support back there, so now's a good time for a support here. Now, normally when I'm playing the game, everybody, is I do it the most effective way, and that is I just go above everything. Normally I build my base way up really super high. Why do I build it super high? Because there's no obstructions. I can just have flat trains running all over the place, everybody. It's like a flat thing if you do it high enough, and then you just bring all the resources up to that higher level. But in this particular one, as you can see, we are building along the terrain, and we're trying to integrate it into the world itself. We're going around things, which we normally don't do. We just normally just build up really high because that's the easiest thing to do. And I think the smartest thing to do, but again, in this particular playthrough, we're having extra fun. Showing you how to maneuver around all of this. Oh, this also, I got to do this again here, where I take this out. So I can go ahead and put this one in. Oh, I could have just, turned off the auto connect. I should have done that instead. I did it last time, and it suddenly dawned on me I didn't do it this time. Okay, that one there. But that's okay. We'll just go in and we'll just fix it right back up again like that. And this. And then we take these out. Again, there is some reworking of it that you need to do. I could make 15 different ones for every contingency plan, but I feel like it's a huge waste of time. Everybody, just take a couple out, put a couple back in. And there you go. All right. Feel like we could probably turn here and go that way. Yep, let's do it. I'm dangling over oblivion right now. All right. Again, you fall down there, you ain't coming back. Then we have a support there, and then another support right here, which I think will reach the ground. Yep. We'll just go ahead and start going here a little bit on this, and we'll come back and we'll do all the supports at once. Because then we can get cooking here. Get this train kind of where it's going. Oh, because of the curve. So remove the auto connect. Default, there we go. Put that in, and then we want to make sure that we re-put these in. Otherwise, the power's not going to come forward, and we're going to drop like a rock. And that's not going to be good. Again, the reason why I won't auto-connect is because that segment between that is too small. Again, we just adjust for it. Because each use of the curve is going to be a little different as you go along. But the important thing is that all the tracks are connected together. So we have a support there. We have one here. And then another one. All right, yeah. And back to auto-connect. Our blueprint. Our blueprint doesn't work all that well. So we just want to do auto-connect. On these ones. So sometimes the blueprint mode works really, really well. Another giant support coming through here. Definitely running right into the wall here. Could go up and over. This looks like a good idea, right? Whoa, big Spidey. Watch this. Hey, Spidey! Come on. Here I am. Come get me. Right over here. Come on. Later, sucker! Ha ha! Enjoy that bottomless pit. He's still going. He's still going. He'll respawn back up here, though. Watch out. He'll be back. All right. Kind of feel like we might want to let this go up, but I feel like we might hit the edge of this anyway. But we're ready for a support, so if we were going to go up, now would be a good time to change elevations here. So let's go ahead and bring our angled support in. Good right there. Now we want to go, we were going reversed. Yes. Well, let's see how this works out. It all depends on which way you're actually running the line. If I'm running the line that way, then it would be in a certain order. And if I'm running it this way, the way I'm running it, it's going to be in a different order. So remembering the order is the hard part. I think this might just make it. Maybe. And make sure you're bringing the tracks with you. Oh, another perfect move. Look at that. Nice. I love it when a plan comes together. Look at that. It was almost like I pre-thought that out. I totally didn't. I think this is another one here. I would just act like I'm connecting it there. This one here, maybe same thing, a little side connection. Yeah, all these ones here, I'm just going to connect it to the side of this wall. We'll figure out some cool thing to do there. Wow, look at that. It just perfectly sits on the edge there. And I don't like pushes in the tracks, though. Get out of there. Okay, so we're doing this, and then we were on this one. This. And then, where are we going? Oh, I hear somebody. 3 of them. Whoa. Oh, that guy got me. Ah, that guy got me too. Use my pipe. Line of sight him a little bit. Uh-oh, out of bullets. That's not good. Line of sight him for a second while we get some ammo. Does not go in my inventory. Ammo. Ah, he hit me. What do I got? I got nothing to heal myself with. Bob and weave, bob and weave. All right, got one. Still more. Got Mr. Fireball still under there. One left. Me or you. Oh, another guy. The hazards of building train roads. Train tracks. Dodging mobs. All right. Thinking on my feet there, everybody. Let's see. I don't have my thing in here. What can I take out of here? I'm not using that right now. I can put that back in the dimensional depot. All right, time to num num. There we go. Have a little num num. Now somewhere I actually have the things that are the more advanced ones. They definitely guarding something over here. I'll blast somebody else over here somewhere. What I did. Elevator to the space elevator. I wrote that from last time. All right, looks like a crash over here. What? Explosive rebar. More of that. It used to be where you couldn't blow these things up, but it's so satisfying to blow them up after all this time where you couldn't. Looks like a wreck. Okay, what do we got? By the way, you don't have to actually take the thing out of there to remove the wreck. You can just go and remove it like this. You can't remove this because it's, yeah, that because it's where the actual hard drive is. Debris down there too. Another one down there. All right, what we got here? Open this drop pod. The hard drive. Now, the first thing I do with the hard drive, put it right into the dimensional depot, so I don't have to deal with it. All right, we got some resources over here too. A bit of some. Can we put any of this in the dimensional depot? Oh, not that. I think all this other stuff. Oh, put our Mercer sphere in there as well. Any of these? Nope, those are maxed out. Try to look for unique items that may or may not be in there or be maxed out. We're good there. There we go. All the rest of these, maybe rods. Yeah, put rods in there. All the rest of this I already have massive amount, probably. Already filled up because I already made all those resources. What else we got? Oh, we need some power over here. Oh, there's one right there. Another thing you can do, by the way, is just do this. Do some funky little train action. Then we can take this out. It definitely looks like there's another one down here. Smoking like crazy. So yeah, you can just make a weird train track that goes in a ways that normally I wouldn't run it, but doesn't mean other people wouldn't. Huh. It does not like any of that. This track tool is pretty funky. Pretty funky. Alright. Hope we can get back up. Oh, that's just debris. Okay, it's not a second one. Something down there. Huh, do we have any power lines that we were running along here? Let's take all this out. I would imagine I have some power lines around here somewhere. Over there. So instead of making a station or some way of running the power over there, I typically, when I'm exploring, I'll run these power poles all over the place so I can use them for exploring. Like right now. Oh, I see a big power thing way up there on the top of there. But, you know, even when you're out exploring, you might miss little sections like this, and it kind of feel like there's something down here. I'm going to go with my instincts. Oh, look like I already got it. Mercer Sphere or Summer Sloop or something probably was in there. Yep. Maybe. Let's see if I see anything else. Trying not to get too distracted. Whoa, look at all this big lake over here. Oh. Oh, I know this spot. Yeah, it goes around inside there. Alright, maybe a little bit more distracted. This is the one that circles around into this edge, yes. A bunch of stuff over there along this mountain edge and up on top. Bunch of cool stuff. We got little glowy wormy friends, but we're gonna get back to work. Look at this, we got some quartz right there too. Good place for another station. Grab that quartz. Yep. Come back for all that. I'm trying not to go over the top of any anything that I don't want to cover up so I can grab it later. Again, we're trying to go straight across here, but it looks like we're getting up a little bit higher. We want to... Or getting too low, actually. Yeah, getting too low. We got to cut over and go straight across if we can to try to avoid these nodes. So right about here. So put a question mark there. Bring this straight back over the top of these nodes, through this node, across here, say to there. Now one of the cool things you can do is you can put down a little marker like I just did on the map. Then you can highlight that, and then you can actually see the marker. So that gives me a place to go, right? So now I can curve out and go that way, and then curve out and try to go straight the other way. So we'll just keep on keeping on. So first thing we're going to need to do, though, is flatten out. So let's flatten out a bit. And this is a long train right here. Very long. And I say we just go right into a curve. Right after this. Again, we'll turn our auto connect off. Back on default. Now we got a problem because this is going at an angle into a curve. So we want to go backwards this way. So we go 1.5. And then 1.5. This connects back that way. There we go. Very nice. And then this way. We already got a support on that side, which means we don't need one really on this side. That's all. And we can go back to auto connecting. bit. We're going to have to come back and work a bit on these curves and things so we can connect all these hypertubes. And again, one of the things I like to do is just kind of you setting your kind of base foundations down. Then you come back and embellish. Like if I want to run these around the corner into here and all of that, all the detail along there I can. But really, you're just trying to figure out where you want your stuff to go because it's not really set in stone. Not exactly sure how it's going to work out. But the fact that it is going to hopefully work out is the important part. Okay, so now we're going to be going that way. And I see there's a radio tower in the way. Actually, we're going to be going this way. Yeah, right through there. So, might want to go out a little wider or... Stuff going on down there. Bunch of Spideys. Spideys are getting gassed. One's still moving. And while you're shooting those, that's when the big one shows up. Tries to get you. Distracting you. Okay. How do I want to do this? Could bring it back down too to go through the terrain. Kind of on that low side, right through the middle of there. And then curve my way around there. Yeah, I kind of feel like I want to bring this down now. Just for fun. Just for the funs of it. All right, now we're going to go reverse. So we're going to go... Instead of going up, we're going to go down. Again, these pieces are all reversible, so you can use them upwards or downwards. And that's where things get cool. Because now I can go the other way, going downwards, like this, and then forward a little bit. We got that lined up. Yeah. So we're going to go down. Say we go another one. Push that just a little beyond where we marked there. Because we got mountains coming up. We can always readjust it when we get over there. Again, these are auto connecting. And then yeah, where we come down and we're right over the top of the thing here. Another support here. Well, should I have it flat or should I have it angled? Maybe we should go really wide. Try to run it through the middle of that. See, I don't know what's over there, so we won't really know, right? I say we go a little wider. Let's go ahead and just keep going down at an angle. Again, I could just run it up really high and just run it super straight. That would make it super easy, but we're about cool on this playthrough. We're all about making it cool. Feel like that's just not quite right. There we go. How to use control to get it to go right. And see, I zoom in to see if it's in there. I move close. What I call manual zooming. Or like this. A little manual zooming. In the old school way. Yeah, I kind of feel like we want to go like this and then turn. It'll be kind of fun. We'll put the support in the water. And see what happens if we're at the right angle going that way. Now again, if it's the wrong thing, we can always come back and adjust it later. You can also work from the in backwards, which also works. So we're going to try to flatten that out right there. Yeah, right there. And then we got our curve. Going this way. Get it out of auto connect mode. And then I'll put us here. Does that run us into the thing? Let's go find out. Now what I'm going to do is just take a foundation, put it into zooping mode, just zoop it across there. Also, I need some of this power from over here, so we don't end up dipping into the water. It looks like it'll go over it, but you don't know until you know, you know? Oh, man, did I eyeball that perfect. Holy moly, look at that. Man, I'm on a roll today. What the heck? I should buy a lotto ticket. I don't know what the heck is going on. I'm on an absolute roll on these lineups today. Yeah, it's going to go a little bit on the left side, but the track would still be above it, so that'll still be fine. Pull this stuff out a little bit. That's going to be in the way. This is going to be in the way. Yeah, I think we... Oh, look at that. There's a geyser right there, too. And we'll be offset enough where we won't be right over the top of the middle thing. Well, that'll be awesome. Perfect. And then, yeah, maybe just go right through there. And I think we're going to have to go in between there. So we're kind of lined up to go in between that big thing there and the other thing. Maybe. It looks like we are, but we don't know until we get there. And again, we can always curve it out a little bit. Okay, we got that. Guess we ought to dip over here and get our little sluggy friend. Missed. I'm just moving a little bit side to side. Wait till I get my nukes, bro. Whoa, look at that in the background. All right, come on. Watch this little trick. Come on. Come get me. Right here. Come on. Come on, you got me. Sucker! Later. Have a nice swim. Come on, come get me. Come on. Sucker! Fred's just down there watching. Like, yeah, I drowned him, Kismet. Fred, you're so funny. All right. Some people call that guy Peanut. I call him Fred. Look, he's over there, too. He's a magician. He can be in two places at once. Pretty impressive. All right. I think that's perfect. All right, so we're coming around the corner. And then we're going to go into a... We already got a support, so we don't need one. into one of these. We're going to keep it off and go like that. And then we're just going to take this out. Like this. And rerun these so they are there. Oh, wait. No? What? No? Okay, could have rerun these then. Sometimes I don't want to do it. What's going on? Why's my curve not working? Oh, because the curve was here. That's why. That's why. There we go. It goes out for nothing. Whoa! Almost fell off the end. These are not connected. That's why the power keeps going off. Okay, this all into this, that all into that. Nice, nice. These are hypertubes. And then we're curved straight. And then another straight this way. Turn our auto connect back on. Again, just rinse and repeat now. It makes it so much easier. You got the blueprints. Modular mega blueprints. Alright, let's see how this works out. See if I like it. Ah! Oh man, that's awesome. See, it brings it right back down to the ground level. It comes along there. Oh, love it when a plan comes together. All right, keep it going. Keep it going. We're going to try to get some of this done. How are we doing on time? Ah, we're over time already. Ah, time goes by so fast. Got to get cooking. Big boy down there. It's getting rowdy. And see, I'm building a train here. Got no time for no crazies. Get wrecked. Again, I can just use my thing here to see where he's at, but also be protected at the same time. You can also shoot those fireballs if you're really good. I'm always kind of moving a little bit. Let's pick one of them, wipe that one out first. Verticality power. The other guy go. Right there. If I'm going to take the time to shoot him. Oh, look at that. That's cool. Yeah, we're going to have to work that one. By the way, these right here, everybody, are really great. These are your mycelia here, these things, which you're going to need for, like, cloth and stuff. And again, we want to make sure that we don't block these, because we're going to probably want those. Our support looks like it's going to sit right on that one. So we might just work our support a different way, but that's okay. We'll put it in and we'll come back and we'll rework all these supports, or we'll work all these supports however we can. Right now we're just trying to get this to run this way, so we're going to run a little longer just to see if we can get this to get across the map here. Somebody down there. Spidey! for him to stop and then shoot him. Man, a lot of baddies this way. Whoa, there's a radiated baddie. Again, using the edge of the thing. Now would be an amazing time to have a nuke. Glad we ran all our ammo in there now. Oh, good shot. I didn't even see it coming at me. Didn't save you, though. You're still dead. Watch out for that radiated guy, man. He hits real hard. Good shot. When you're reloading, use your building here to defend yourself a little bit. They can't destroy your buildings, by the way. Give me a few extra times. All right, there, I got them all. Maybe. Check it out. Oh yeah, very radiated, taking damage. I don't have any of my radiation filters. All you gotta do is wait for him to disappear and it'll be fine. Go get these. Or not. Oh, won't let me pick it up because the node is on top of it. All right, barrel nuts. Yeah, I'm old school, everybody. This is how we used to heal ourselves way back in the day. You can see my health is damaged. I just keep using the barrel nuts. They're easy. And again, we'll wait till he disappears, and then we can run down there and try to grab anything he left behind. The pure node there. Wow. Again, sometimes when it's on top of the node like this, you can't grab it, which really sucks. That's something I hope they fix in the future. You can just kind of roll around until you actually see the thing. But look how cool the nitrogen gas looks. Very, very cool. And again, we can tap all that. We just want to make sure that our support doesn't come down and block it, which this one totally is. So what I'll probably do is remove that support and then just move it back. Because I do have one where I can just do this. So I can just move where the support is. Right back like that. I think it's offset though. Take that one out. Let's just do it now so it reminds me later when I come back here. We want to move that back to there. And then we'll just take this out. And I can put support wherever I want. There we go. Nice. Easy. Onward. I want to see if I end up hitting this thing or not. Oh, we're also by a wrecked thing here, too. Well, let's get over here and get her done. I take out all the debris first. And it cleans the place up. This is one of the greatest things they added to the game, everybody. You can actually take out the debris now, so you're not keep looking at it and go, oh, did I go there? Did I get that debris yet? Which happens a lot in these type of games. I had that problem also in Subnautica. I keep, oh, Adam's got something to say.
Freighter records indicate this comes from the past, which is normal.
Okay. As opposed to it coming from the future. What's Ada trying to hint at over here? I don't know. Let's go over and grab our little slug friend since we're already here. Oh, there's somebody going to try to get me. Where are you? It gives me a warning. I hear him. Ah, there you are. Boom, one shot. Come out there. Purple guy right there, too. All right, let's not get distracted. We're going this way. That definitely looks like it's going to run right into that thing. So we'll try to go around to the right. Could go up and over. But again, trying to stay, you know, down toward the trees and at the tree level for you guys. Instead of doing my tricky way up high. All right, back to straight. Again, we're going to go a bit longer here and see how much we can get done. Since we've been massively neglecting some Satisfactory here. Again, this is very repetitive, but man, does it pay off in the long run. When we get this main line run, we can run all sorts of sidelines off of it as well. Fix-It does not approve of foliage in the way of progress. I'm your official Fix-It corporate trainer, everybody. I'm teaching you all the gaming secrets and building secrets as we go along. Make sure to hit that follow button or subscribe button, depending on where you're watching. We having fun up in here. Yeah, clear a path, people. Clear a path. Kismet coming through. Very nice. And we're just going to keep this going nice and straight. See where this ends up. Port 2 runs, and then, because I just arbitrarily decided that every 2 of these I would put a support, because that looks good. There's a big straightaway here. I love these explosive rebars. This is the first playthrough I've bothered to use these, by the way. And they are awesome for clearing foliage out of the way. Very, very good. Oh, we definitely gonna have to curve. Thank goodness for vertical nudging, too. Great job by the awesome peeps. Awesome Satisfactory peeps. Bringing us some vertical nudging. Alright, guys, relax. Relax down there. Interrupting my working here. Trying to get this train lines all the way across. Oh boy, here comes another one. Whoa, man, tons of stuff flying at me. Got that guy. What's your problem? Mr. Rock thrower. Only need to move when he's about to throw. Otherwise, you can just stand still. Just keep shooting him until he's dead. Get this. Reload while you're picking stuff up. Where'd he go? Yeah, you're gonna take the bullets to kill him. You might as well just grab it. Oh yeah, this is gonna be cool. We'll go around there. I wonder if we can make it through that right there. This way it doesn't look wide enough. Is it tall enough to go over the top? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, maybe back up. And over that edge and then back down. Yeah, let's do that. Let's take this one out. We're going to start an up angle. Kind of like having just a Lego set, everybody. You can just connect it all together as you go. eventually will work out. Auto connect didn't seem to be working there. Yep, does not seem to be working there. Let me turn this around the other way. Do 7. That works. Yeah, we're gonna have to curve that. So up a little bit and then curve. And I always go up a little extra, because no matter how much you eyeball it from this side, it has a tendency to be the other way. This one just to flip. Oh no, yeah, this is going to be backwards. Hold on, let's do it like this. And we'll just connect this ourselves. This way. This way, when we go to connect the next one will then connect properly. Yeah, we gotta connect this over here first. Yeah, there it goes. Yeah, we want to go right through there. Right through the middle of these two things. And then hopefully somewhat clear sailing until we get to this, which we'll kind of probably have to either go left around it or right around it. And then it's right to there. We're getting there, everybody. This is clear across the other side of the map, everybody. Again, this is about as far as you can go. We're going from this side of the map all the way across the other side. And again, once we have that, everybody, we have access to pretty much this whole entire amount of resources that we can tap into. And again, since we already have our train lines run, we just run the resources to stations and grab all that and bring it. Oh, speaking of awesome people, everybody, look who's coming in. It's Caveman Mox with the 49 months of sub love. Show him lots of love in the chat, everybody. How you doing tonight, Caveman Mox? You doing good, man? Is your week starting off pretty good? We are running some serious train lines over here. And we loving it. We loving every second of it. All right, I feel like we want to go up more. Let's go up a bit more. Right over here. Like so. And we're going to turn this off so we can... no, we're doing this. Yeah, there we go. So, yeah, so we can do that. And so we have our support. We have this. Now we want to flatten out. So we'll put in an extra support here. Oops. Turn that the other way. Like that. Okay, looking good, looking good. And then we'll want to curve right here. Get that out of the way first. And then we're going to come up with our curve. A little bit more. Put over. There we go. I'm going to flatten out. Want to get out of auto connect so we can fix that up. Oh yeah, this is going to be awesome. Okay. And then flip the curve back in the opposite direction. Again, this is why all these pieces serve multiple functions. So I can turn one way, turn the other, go up or down in either direction. It does require some serious thinking it through. Whoa, okay. Thinking it through, that's for sure. All right. We got to go over this way. Find ourselves some power. why I run these power lines everywhere. Helps me get back up where I want to be. Okay. I think that'll all be fine. We got to get this connected though. So we are going to reverse this down the other way. We have that nice curve. Like this. And then connect it back there so we have our power coming forward. Very nice. All right. That looks good, but who knows if it's going to line up or not. Looks like it's going to be pretty close to that tree. But let's go find out. I got a curve there. Or I mean a support there. And so we'll put a support over here as well. Back into auto connect mode. Oh wait, I can't do it here. I gotta turn it like I saw. And then take this one out. There we go. Again, the hover pack really makes this much easier. As long as you're bringing the power with you, you're going to do great. I'll grab them while we're going by. Okay, might want to. I think parts of our hypertube are not connected, so we might want to fix that a bit. Especially when we want to take the hypertube back. But we'll most likely take the train back anyway, so. All right, let's see how this works out. Wait a minute, why am I dropping there? Something's not connected. We tell this to auto connect. Yeah, definitely. Power's dropping here. I think it was right here. We connected that there. Connect these together. Not sure, so we'll take them out. We'll reconnect them and see what happens. We go all the way to the end. We still got power. That's exactly what it was. See? Before I was dropping, which means that that it wasn't connected all the way through to the end. Dead giveaway there. Okay, so that's that one. Let's do this one. Again, we're just going to power through, everybody. We're going to see if we can get this done. See if we can get it going on. Turn that auto connect off and then back on once I have it lined up. There we go. Again, I don't know if this is going to work out or not. Part of the fun is trying it, see what happens. I think I nailed it again. Oh, I didn't mean to take out the tree. I didn't want to leave the tree. I was just taking out the baddie. Definitely take the Mercer Sphere.
When will you land?
When will I land? I don't know. These are good questions. Questions I don't have the answers for. All right, that one, then that one. Wow, it's perfectly coming across there. Man, I don't know how many times I've done that today, but it feels like 100. Oh, look at this drop off down here. Oh, that'd make a cool spiral right there. Yeah, spiral down. Spiral down into the canyon and then just follow the canyon around. Oh yeah, we full on doing a spiral down there. All right, where do we want our spiral though? Gonna need enough room for it. Yeah, we're gonna have to work it if we want to do a spiral there. We could go maybe spiral in the center there, because this is running toward that there. So if I do the spiral, I would have to make it go to the left. So maybe go straight out, hit the spiral, and then spiral down over there. Or I could go right. Because this has to come into the spiral. So if I go into the spiral, it would go right and spiral down. Or I could go forward and spiral left down. These are good questions. Good questions with tricky answers. All right, so we need to go and make sure that we line up our spiral to this. We're going to need to... what? We're going to need to run our walls down. Yeah, we got to go out further. Got to kind of reverse engineer this. So you got to work your way down and then work your way back up. So say this would be one side. Oh man, I'm way down here now. Do I have any power? I don't see any power poles. Make ourselves a buggy. Come on. There we go. It ran out of gas that fast. It sure did. What do we got? Fuel is what we need. No solid biofuel, but we do have some turbo fuel. That ought to get it going. Yeah, why is this thing going so slow? Wow, did they break the buggy? I don't feel like they broke the buggy. All right, get our little slug friend while we're here. Tap into our power. Another purple guy up there. This is the easiest way to explore in the game, everybody, is you get the hover pack, and then you just run a bunch of power lines. Run one down there. And run one up here. There's a purple guy under there. Yeah, look at these guys trying to get rowdy. Yeah, stand still. It makes it easier for me to shoot you. Yeah, see now you should have got me when I was on the ground. I got the power of verticality now. Trying to anticipate where he's going. If I can get these before I forget where I shot him. That other guy, he'll be back. They always are. Especially if I go down to ground level. He'll come running back over here. Very foggy in this section. Very foggy. Yeah, we got some sand ore there too. We want to watch out for that. Yeah, that'd be cool right through that canyon there. You have to definitely go straight and then curve. You need to end up over here, but not obstruct this. So we can do it on this side. This is where the exit is. And then we can have it go around and curve out that way. So we're not messing that up. Okay, so this is going all the way down. Say right here. And then we'll take our foundations and snap them in there. So, like this. So, this will actually be this way. All those out. And then we'll color this like we did earlier. If you missed it earlier, everybody, we were making spirals. So we're just going to color this and see if our spiral is going to hit the edge here, which I kind of feel like it is. And if so, then we will go ahead and move it. Our spiral is very big. Yeah, it's going to hit that edge. So can't do it there. So maybe over there. Might as well just run our foundations over. By the way, just hold down control and it'll snap to the world grid, but you can see this is already to the world grid. Let's call that the center. That's going to be real close, but we'll do what we got to do. Yeah, that's much better. Much better. All right, and then again, just going to color the middle purple, sides yellow, and the end is blue, and then all of this we can take out. Oop, not that. That's just to help us line it all up down here so that it will, in theory, run all the way up and then match up to up here. Okay, so this is going to be coming straight forward. We're coming straight forward, and then we'll want to hit the spiral, so we're going to have to kind of move over. We're going to have to curve it a little bit. We're going to have to have it come out, curve, to try to hit that. There's something moving around. Something spooky. So this is where we want to start here. This tree out the way. Any other debris? No. Okay, we're going to start here. Or no, this is where we want to end up. We want to run out that way. Yeah, so we want to run out. I mean, we could finish here and then turn left. I kind of feel like going here and then curving it out would be a better idea. There's somebody. Yeah, see, I told you he'd be back. Big mistake. I hit myself. Also, radiation over there. Make myself some more filters at some point. Man, there are a ton of these guys everywhere. They're all over the place. He'll be back. Okay, let's try right here and see how I like it. All right, we're going to go to our spiral set. We're going to throw it right here and see how well it fits. And we definitely going to have to move that back. We move it back and still use the spiral without hitting our thing there. Yeah, I think so. We could do a reverse spiral. Yeah, reverse spiral. Better idea. Yeah, it's gonna. I can't do it with this though, because I don't have a left hand and a right hand reverse spiral, so the thing's gonna be on the inside, which I guess I could make work, but I know I'm not gonna like it, so I'm not gonna do it. Kind of feel like maybe this is our best option. Yeah, going this way. So the hypertube is on the outside. And we'll go like this, and then we come down. Kind of sharp turn there, though. Not much good options there. And again, trying to avoid anything up above. Maybe a blot back and a block over. And let's do that. Maybe something like this. And trying to avoid this thing here. Maybe just way over here. Yeah, I think we can still put that there even if we have the spiral, so it won't interfere with the spiral. Or the spiral won't interfere with it. Might be getting real close to that bottom part, but we might be able to get past that. And then this will line up right out there. Okay, so start here. Oh, it's going to run into that. We got a lot of problems with this location. We'll get it figured out. Again, I could just go over the top. See how the how well it runs. Again, you don't want to build a whole elaborate thing out and then find out that you don't like it. Actually, might work out. All right, let's see if I mean the trains don't run into the actual terrain itself, but most people it's all about the clipping. They don't want it to clip through there. I should just put the train in there. Let's just manually run the train and look at it. I'm happy with that. I can go with that. I'll go with it. Go with it. All right, I like it. Again, the whole thing is this spiral going to hit the rest of this stuff? Might be able to move it back one more block. Then it might hit this edge here. Move it back. I think it's in its perfect spot. All right. So spiral it is. Let's go. Oh, we got to put our thing in the center. We don't have to, but we're going to. right, watch as I easy mode this deal here. Okay, which way are we going here? We're going inward. Turn off auto connect. Default. Nudge that into position. Oh, my side. Ugh. All right, nudge that in position. We've got that up above. Why does that seem not right? Oh, it's in the wrong spot. I have it too far over. Oh, I did that one wrong. Wrong. See how these are 2 in 1 and 2 in 1, 2 in 1? I did 3 in 1 there, so even better. That means this is going to line up better. Oh, man. All right, cool. And it'll line up even better. I love it when a plan comes together, even if it was accidental. That means that the train line's not going to hit the edge of this when we run that train line. Okay, nice. Okay, we got that. We'll run all the train lines later. Right now, we want to go ahead and get this. And the reason why I knew it was wrong is because this was not lining up to the centerpiece, right? There was a gap there, and I was like, wait a minute, why is this not touching the center? Because that's the center support, and it should touch that. All right, there we go. Now we're just going to do that over and over again. A lot of spirals today. Showing you guys some serious modular building here. Again, you can make just since it's not large enough to make the blueprinter to make all this in one piece. You can just make it in sections and then repeat those sections, and it works out fantastically, as you can see. And I have the repeating one for this side called B2, by the way. A1 and A2 on that side, and then B1 and B2 on this side. There we go. We already have this at a certain height, so it kind of tells us what we're aiming for. And I eyeballed it from that over there. Yeah, very nice. I feel like this one is unnecessary because we probably won't spiral around again this way. We'll probably just head up and curve into there. Maybe, or we could have that flatten and turn around and come back. It's a good question. Yeah, too bad that one didn't end up on this side. We're going to do another one of these. Yeah, it's up too high. But yeah, I kind of feel like that will come around, go here, we'll angle it up, wind up there. That was right the first time. All right, this we can take out. Don't need that. And time to run some tracks. And we'll start on our half foundation. Run that to the bottom for later fun. Centered and halfway through the foundation. And then we'll go ahead and grab this and we'll start our spiral. This time I'm just going to do the middle one first, and then we'll do the outer one. Unless I turn myself around in the direction I want it to go. Come on now. Sometimes it's very feisty in the way that it wants to run. You gotta kind of fuddle with it. Also, very important, the direction of your character as well. Which way your character is looking. And more. Inner spiral done. Look at this, already cool. Whee! Down we go. Ah, there we go. Now outer spiral. Trying to mess me up. Keep reworking. See, once you know that it does work, that's an incredibly powerful thing. You're like, oh, I know that does work. You know, you just keep fuddling with it until you get it where you need it to be. See, I'm setting it on the top of this other track to try to keep it going in the direction I want it to go. Bummer. A little too far, but we can bring it down and then curve it. We definitely want to bring this back down. So let's go back and do a bit of that. So curve this down. Again, doing the perfect spiral, everybody. Right here, showing some cool stuff. There we go. Can we get this snap building in 7 days die already, geez? It's so good in this game. I know, right? Couldn't we get blueprinting in 7 days to die? Wouldn't that be amazing? Holy mackerel. Oh my god. I think I have a lot of hours in 7 days to die now. Wait till if they had blueprinting, forget about it. Forget about it. All right, actually look how perfectly that matches up, everybody. Very nice. You can see we have a flat point there. We can just grab. Again, we'll come in and we'll embellish all of this, of course. But there we go. Now again, because we went and we figured it out from this side first, and we ran it down, we did the offsets, we ran all the thing. So when we ran it back this way, it still matches up because it's using the world grid. So it still matches up in the other direction. Pretty cool, right? Blueprinting, you say, I'm sure there's a mod for that. I'm sure there's a mod for it. But it'd be nice if it was built in. I don't want to have to, do the mod dance. I want to have it built in. All right. So what we want to do is run our normal down angle here. Say this one. This, and then we'll have to adjust it. Yeah, I have to cut it short. You little. Like that. We'll auto-connect it while I'm at it. And then cut that short at the end. Okay, so now we're going to take all this out. We got when you're going down at an angle, you're going to have some issues with turning. All right, like this is going to be a really tough turn to do right here. You can see I'm just taking out all this embellishment stuff that I have on the original. We'll just take this out. We'll come back and embellish all this. We'll take this out. And now we want to turn the corner. And so we'll use our flat one here to help us out. But that's going to be really tricky to get that to line up. But we'll do what we got to do. Right over here. Let's put two of these in and we'll rework them. rework those in a second. Okay. Now we're going to come down, then same thing this way. We're going to take all this out. And we'll use our down angle. Got to be careful when you're taking stuff out. You could just suddenly lose power and drop like a rock. If I moved a little closer. Yeah, this is gonna be tough. Gonna be tough. And we'll just turn the auto connect off. Wow, look how perfect that is. Wow, okay. That just happened to be the same length of that. All right, now we probably want to take these and put them in the outside here. Take this out. Now this we probably want to leave, though probably should have put it back there. You know what, I'll probably end up just putting another one in. Make that go around that corner nicer. Now again, we got to build a little bit of custom stuff, but we can use our pre-existing stuff to help us out a bit. Again, going into that curve is going to be dicey at best. All right, let's go this way first. So we're going to go back by 2. And this one, just going to see how this turns out. Yeah, I thought it was going to go out like that. You can't get it to go right here because you need the 2 in between. But it does work, and that's good, and we can kind of just rework that to make it work. We do actually have a curve, but the curve is going to make it swing out too far. And that curve is going to make it way too long if I were to attach it. And I could attach it here and then back it up. Then it's not, the height is not going to work out, so let's just do it this way. What I'm going to be calling the easier way. This back here. Take all these out so they're not in our way when we're trying to do this curve. It's going to come down. It's going to try to hit over here. So we're going to take this. Where's this? So this has actually got to go up by 1. Actually, I'm going to stick that there. Got that there and that there. Okay, let's see how this goes. This actually needs to come forward a little bit. Yeah. 2. Or no, back a little bit. It's too sharp on this side. This needs to go the opposite direction, this way. Yep. There it is. This track's a little close for my taste. So maybe another half step forward on this one. Say something here. That angle. Oh, look at that. Perfect angle. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. All right, again, we're reworking this corner, making a custom corner here to accommodate our angle. That a little bit. We'll take this one out. We'll bring this one out a little bit. We'll get our railings. Fix those up here. good. That's good enough. Okay, then we got a little bit extra space here, and that's okay. Got our hypertube there. And this hypertube is going to come down and go into there. So we take this out, get our hypertube, and do a fun little curve into there. And there it is. Again, see how we reworked stuff that's already existing to fit what we needed to do. Very fun. All right, let's do our hypertubes. By the way, this is all electrified now from the power we connected. Again, very less effective hypertube, everybody, when you're doing a spiral hypertube. Hypertube is better if it just goes straight up and down, but we're doing it because it's fun. Okay. Whoa, geez. Oh, my God. That made me jump. Whoa, there's a whole bunch of them. Wow. You punks. God, that made me jump. Spiders are scary, bro. Fred, why didn't you warn me, bro? You must die for that. So darn foggy in here, it's hard to see. Fred, you could have warned me, man. Could have gave me a heads up. Kid, there's a bunch of spiders. It took you half a second. But no. He's too busy. His itinerary is too full. Give me a heads up. Holy mackerel, there's 3 of those big boys. Well, there you go. Send him a message. Blueprinting. I mean, they got it in Fallout 76. You'd think they would add it to this game. All right, turning the corner here. All right. Hey, what's up, Lizard Doggo? Man, I can't see a squat. You know what? We should go a little explore that a little bit. Bring this power. Could be using the big power things too, but bring this power. Get okay. We're finally out of the fog. Okay, there was just that one spot apparently where the fog is. Oh wow! Look at this. Beautiful. There's a Mercer over there too. See, I find a whole bunch of them when I ain't looking for them. Yeah, this is coming straight out here into this. Man, we're almost there. It's right over there. Down in that misty fog. Yeah, this will take us straight out. We just got to get this out of here. We got throughput problems though, because this is going to run into the side of this edge here. He's calling me. All right, I'll come over here and get you. They really increased the effects on that too, which is really cool. Yeah, this part's all foggy over here. Run this forward and see how this works out. Works out perfectly if I did want to run it like that, but I do want to bring it down. And I kind of feel like if I bring it down, I might hit that edge. So, before we go through all the hassle of revamping that, how about if we go one more the side. So we might have to swing out wide, curve back around. Oh, there's a cave under there. Look out in that cave, lizard doggo. Let's go this way. See how we like this. Because this will definitely not hit the side of that thing. Yeah, and sometimes you just want to do a little bit of, you know, pre-checking. A little scaffolding. Yeah, so I feel like we go straight. We go straight. We curve early. Then curve back. Then we go down into there. And then flatten out. Down again. Down in there. Into the misty fog of who knows what over there. Okay, so we're going to offset it over this way. We'll take this one out. Oh man, I gotta make sure I don't run over too. Oh no, I started late, so it gets to be about this time of day. I was like, oh god, my recording's gonna stop. YouTube only allows me to record a stream for 12 hours, so it sucks, but you know, I do what I must. Okay, so we're gonna swing that wide, and then we're gonna do this. Okay, so we have to work this out down here. Oh, what do we want to do? We want to figure out how we're going to do this first. Okay, so we'll take this, do this, and we'll bring this out there. Like I said, we're going to have to swing this wide because it's so close to that edge. So we'll do this and get our curve in to there. Get a little closer. There. And this one's going to be out here. Sometimes I put the curve in first. And we're trying to figure out angles like this. And then, now back this way. I want this to end up over here. Forward by one. So they're not touching each other. Actually, I could probably go back by half. To let it follow the line of the other one without colliding into each other. All right, and then we're back onto our straightaway here. So that'll be fun when you're coming down the train and it's just like spiraling and it's like and then sends you off that way. Okay. So what do we want to do? We want to do a straight line here. We're gonna have to work this a bit. Good. Come on. Now this didn't auto connect, so I'm going to manually connect it just to make sure it is bringing the power forward. I'm out of ammo too. More ammo. Glad we set up that ammo before we left. Look at that 2,500 ammo in there. Okay, so we're coming down from up there, spiraling down. Look at him walking the spiral. I don't think I've ever seen Fred do that. He's walking up the railroad tracks. I've never seen him do it. Jump scare clipped. There you go. God, this scared the hell out of it. Those spiders are spooky. But yeah, I don't think I've ever seen him do that. Oh, we're going to watch him now. Oh, this is going to be a clip right here. Fred just going up my spiral. I've never seen him do that before. He's like, this is the perfect spiral, Kismet. This is amazing. My tester. Oh, he decided to stop right there. All right. Oh, nope. He's off and moving again. Oh, he's actually walking this time. Oh, he's walking his way up. I've never seen him do that before. Walking up my railroad tracks. Feel like we're on an adventure now. Now we got to see if he makes it. I believe in you. He's taking a breather. He's like, there he goes. Come on, you got this. I believe in you. What's up, Boss Hog? Check it out. Oh, no, he's going to walk down the other way now. All right, I guess that's as high as he wanted to go. Now he's going to walk down the spiral. I wonder if I had a thing there, if he would have went all the way up. If I had a wall there instead of him transitioning. I'm going to put a wall there in case I come back and see him going up and down that thing again. This way he would go all the way up. Because he wouldn't have the ability to transition between the wall. That's why he transitioned and went back down. Yeah, he's walking down. This is the kind of stuff I love in games, everybody. This unusual stuff that you've never seen before. And he's just like walking down. Walking up and down the spiral itself. All right, come on, we got stuff to do. Because we're going to really run out of time. Oh, and I already took that break a while ago. Mark that off. Okay, so we got this. We probably want to go back to our support right here. Take all that out. Let's get back to building. And again, we'll go back and work all those supports, everybody. We're trying to get this all the way across here. Or at least as far as we can for now. So we run out of time, which we're already out of time, but do what we got to do. I think we're on an epic journey right now, so we want to keep that epic journey going. Oh, that one I have to fix because I'm using the same one again. So this. So support this one, then another one. Turn our auto connect back on again. Like this is just gonna make it past here. Actually, I think we want to go down angle here. So we can down angle. Curve, down angle. So down angle it is. Here we go. Yeah, go with your instincts, everybody. Your instincts are saying down angle, down angle. Wow. And I'm so lucking out on stuff today. I don't know. It's going to be pretty close. Pretty cool, though. All right, let's try and see what happens. Oh, I got to turn the wrong way. No, I have the wrong one. I want this one. The other one. No? Which one is this one? T3 angle track. What's this one? 8 and then oh, I'm going down. Oh, I'm doing it backwards. Hold on, take this one out. Going down, so I want to use this one first. This way, when I go to do the next one, they'll connect together. I'm going up. I want to do it the opposite direction. There we go. All right. See how I like this here. Oh, yeah. That's good. That's good. We'll go with it. Yeah, there. Okay, we want to flatten maybe here. Flatten there. And curve. Ah, it's auto-connecting too. Cool. Curve there. Flatten here. Straight piece. Turn off our auto-connect. I think it's going to be over there. Maybe we should curve. Oh, we're over a node. Give it enough room? Find out. Oh, wow. Perfect. Just enough room where it'll be under the train station. Cool. We could use it as a support, too. You know. I feel like we want to curve right here, so then we can go across here and end up using that spot over there like a support. We go across. Maybe a little further down though, just to get that effect. So curve and then down. Yeah, it's like having a little train set, pre-built. Curve. Again, we spent a lot of time working on these blueprints. Once you got them, you are so styling. Yeah, totally. All right, and then I'm gonna run our power because it's disconnected back here because I can see I'm still keep dipping. Like that. And that one to that one. This one to that one. Make sure we got any other problems here. Take that end out. Take this end out. Take this out. And that. Curve that. I think some of my hypertube is probably missing back there. We'll have to go back and fix it at some point, but we'll test all of this later. Again, we're trying to maneuver around obstacles. Now we're going down again, so we're going to use 7 first. Go. All right, come on. It's out of control. There we go. And this is really brought possible by, again, the vertical nudging. Really helps a lot. Turn the blueprinting, the auto connect off with that one. He's trying to get me again. I don't know what it is, but I don't like it. We should go out here and get this Mercer Sphere before I move on to something else. I think definitely after me. It's like giving me a warning that something's after me. Oh. Keep going left or right. It'll think you're going that way, so it'll try to anticipate you. You stand still, he'll shoot right at you. Like that. Why, you see, that's why he's shooting to the side, because I'm moving left or right. I think there was a baddie down here. Oh, a couple more baddies down there. They're not the ones that toss rocks up at you, though. So I'm good. Again, I don't need to kill every mob in the whole game. All right, this is looking good. Coming in. Curving around. Yeah, getting our pew-pew on. Wow, look at that tree up there. Cool. There's a whole bunch of really cool-looking trees in that area. Man, all right, I feel like we're actually getting something done. You know, when we feel like we're getting something done, we better save. Whole bunch. Save over this one. Got a whole bunch of stuff done. It's auto-saving as well, but yeah, give yourself peace of mind. Oh, I don't think we're going to hit that. I think we're going to miss it. We have to go... tree. We have to go over this way. We have to swing out further. That's fine. We can just keep going down, maybe. Keep going down, and then we don't have to worry about it. See how it works out. Yeah, right through there, straight down. And again, we'll see if the angle of me going down hits the edge of that cliff. We'll try to hit that Mercer Sphere while we're at it. All right, so we got our first one in there. And then now this is going to be a lot of rinse and repeat. Some more rinse and repeat. Auto connect, make sure we're connected back here. So this power keeps coming with us. So far so good. You get these little bends in the thing when you're going at an angle on that, but yeah, it's livable. We'll roll with it. Alright, still going down at an angle. Blocking any nodes, but we're up high enough where we could be fine. Somebody's trying to attack me. Whoa, look out. Where'd he go? It actually stopped attacking because he got hit by the smoke here. Take care of that. We don't need Nautilus, everybody. All you really need is this explosive rebar. This stuff is the stuff, if you know what I mean. Oh, I'm out of explosive rebar, but no worries. I've got lots more where that came from. I feel like this is one of the first things I'm going to make in the future. Just make as much explosive rebar as I can. Again, I suggest making this explosive rebar in the early game, everybody. You can see it's really easy to clear stuff. It's also easier to hit stuff because it's like straight, but it does have a bit of a drop. But if you're paying attention, you'll be good. Stuff moving there. All right, let's get this Mercer Sphere. And we've had a bunch of Mercer Spheres so far.
Harvest the scripture. Compose it into a block.
Oh, right through here. Yeah, flatten out through here with the waterfall coming out of the top there. Oh, whoa, look at all them spiders over there. I know just what to do. I got any power out here? I don't think I have any power poles this far forward. These are just going to get up in our faces. We're coming through there. Hello? Nice. Get them all to jump down there. Any of the other ones that come back up here, we'll shoot them. Ah, he hit me. Face is itching. God, these spiders are so creepy. Careful when they get up here, because they can get to you much easier. He died in air. Ah, bumped your head there, did you? They can't float, they can only jump in a straight line. Give them a few extra just in case. Got a few of them on the thing here. Not really that worried about this spider loot anyway. Right through here. This is going to be cool. All right. Flatten this back out again. Hope you guys are digging this. I'm having a great time. Finally getting some time in on Satisfactory here. Been so darn busy with the IRLs. Always happen to be on Tuesday every week. In fact, this Tuesday as well, I went out to help my kids clean the car because, of course, they've been inhaling antifreeze. So I went out to wash the car because it was a little bit warmer today, but because I stream at nighttime, everybody, I have to get up at like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning for a normal person. and wash the car and then try to go back to sleep. So that's what I tried to do. Didn't work out, but I tried. You do the best you can do. Because again, very often I have to switch over and do stuff during the day. But I have really bad insomnia, so it's not like I'm not up anyway. But it would be nice if I didn't. If I didn't have insomnia, that would be awesome. Clear path. Off that way. We'll go this way and circle around. Actually, let's see exactly where it is. Oil. Yeah. So I could go and go through there, or I could just go straight and probably hang a right. Seems like the smarter idea to me. Just keep bringing this down. Wow, look how cool that is. You see it come along with the train. I could have made the train go under the waterfall. That would have been fun. Then I have to curve it and curve it back and do all that, and not necessary. I don't think it's worth it. All right, then we're gonna go down. Just trying to get all this lined up. A long way to go, but again, this makes it where we can come out here and get tons of resources as well. It's gonna be a fun ride back too. Yeah, we're gonna go down pretty low. Let's go down pretty low here. We're gonna need a support. Angled support. Yeah, look at this bog over here. Yeah, neato. I haven't been over here in a little while. I mean, obviously I've been here because I got my big thing going through here. I'm sort of glad we're not over too far because these things are hard to deal with over here. I think I can hit it with this. Let's see. Yeah, see, but it doesn't disappear. What if I shoot it at the base? Nope. So yeah, we're just to the right point. We got this thing down here, though. We better take care of it now. Some fire guys are going to come in and get in my business. I'm keeping the other one underneath there, so he's hitting the thing when I'm reloading. Okay, yeah, down nice and low. Looks good there. Let's go ahead and go straight. We got problems there. We gotta curve over. Yeah, it makes me want to go back and make it go through the waterfall. Nah, we good. That's actually really perfect. See, I could do this back there, make it go through the waterfall, and then end up down here. Now's the time to change it. Kind of feel like a waterfall, everybody. Something underground right there, too. Probably some cave underneath there. Because I think going through the waterfall would be cool. Now, again, the cool thing about this, everybody, is these are blueprints. So you can just take the whole blueprint out. And then, oh, I forgot to connect this, too. Oops. Let's put that back. I meant just to take out the hypertube. Sure. Looks like I didn't connect this part here. So let's take dish out. And that. Take this. And there. Okay. Now, what's going on there? Don't like that. Put it off curve mode. There we go. That's a bit better. Yeah, we definitely want to curve this. All right, let's see if we can curve it and it go by the waterfall. I mean, it doesn't. It's nothing other than aesthetics, but it would be cool. Ah, see, it's too close on that side. I think I'm going to revamp it so that it goes right through there. All right, so what I did is I kind of lined it up and then I adjusted it. So we're going to readjust the way that this is flowing through here. It's going to take a minute. All right, let's take all this out. Like this. We're going to have some overlapping going on with my power. Lost power, which means something bad. Something funky's going on back here. All right. Something to do with these connections. Power to there. All right, this is all fine. It was that little segment. Okay. So let's, speaking of segment, let's put that back in just to make sure. This is going to end up. There goes my headphones. And then this. End up over here. See, we can adjust the way that it curves, right? So it can kind of fit in there. We need to take out all this other stuff first. And then we're going to have overlapping foundations and things we're going to need to work on. All this stuff. Yeah, another spider to the left there. All right, let's go up here. Back a bit. Swap out the headphones. Oh God, what time is it? Ah! Get our headphones in so we can tell when scary spiders are trying to jump at us. Spiders trying to get up in my business. All right. Now, what we want to do is select the blueprint so we can see which ones are overlapping. So it looks like that this railing is overlapping. Let's take that railing out, and then most likely that railing's overlapping, then this one's overlapping. Nope. Maybe not. Okay, that railing wasn't overlapping. All right, we'll put that back in. Or not. Put the railing back in there, bro. Okay. That's fine. It's just these parts here are overlapping. That one, this one, that one. All right. Still overlapping here. Oh, watch out. Don't take the whole blueprint out. Okay, awesome. Yeah, and the cool thing about these blueprints is they are very customizable, so you can go in and adjust them as you go. If you want to fine tune them and do what I just did, again, you got to be able to visualize in your head, though. That's an important part of this. I'll move this a little bit like this first. And then come in for the curve, just so it's not so close and the curves are a little bit more even as they go through. And that's perfect. Awesome. Now we got to get it to go over here. Okay. Changed our mind, and it's okay to change your mind. Best time to do it right away. So if you say, you know what, it's going to take some extra work, but I really wanted to do this thing, that's the time to do it. Again, we're going to have it where the trains actually drive through the waterfall. It's going to be cool. Got to be pretty awesome. All right, and again, we'll connect that in. And then this one. There. And I think we'll start angling down right here. See how that works. Yeah, beautiful. All right. And then this one. Gap there. There we go. This is a pretty epic train system. Again, this is the most complex system I've ever built, because again, waiting until they went release before I really go crazy. Now, all these kind of bends and all this stuff here in these hypertubes, 100% chance I'm going to come back and fix those at some point, or never. I'm going to come back and fix them, or never. One or the other. Choose the one extreme or the other. All right. Tree out of the way. All right, we did 1, 2, and then we want to do another support over here. Angled support. And part of the fun is just figuring out if it's actually going to work, how well it's going to work out. I'm kind of going right toward my own power or radar station there, but that's okay. Could integrate the radar station into the train line. And again, love the fact you just go to the blueprints here and just boom, take all those blueprints right back out. Easy peasy, get all those resources back. Yeah, right through there where we're gonna miss this here. And I don't know where that oil is. Right there. Okay, it's right there. Yeah, it's a geyser. It's right over there. So I don't even need to go through there. I just need to go this way. So come down and then cut right. Okay. Come down, cut across, and go right. Do I want to go down any further is a question. We could line it up. Oh, we can make the station right there. Yeah, because this is going to be a lot of oil. So when we come around the corner, the station will go across here, and we could try to get it at that angle. So maybe one more. Yeah, one more flat turn. Let's try that. Yeah, let's see. If we don't like it, we can do what we did with that curve back there and change it. Just a cool thing. Yeah, imagine blueprinting and just have a Kismet kill box in 7 Days to Die. Everybody just have a pre-done Kismet kill box. You just move to another area and drop it down. What's up, Norton Patton? Thanks for coming in, hanging out. Morning, Kismet. Thanks for chilling out in the channel, everybody. I appreciate you. Again, sorry for the late start of the stream here, but IRL was calling, if you know what I mean. I take care of my IRL, and then I had to rest. Then I'm like, all right, let's see if we can get some Satisfactory in today. Been trying to get to it. All right, so my power thing, I can just move it. It's no big deal. I just move it off to the side here. And then we will take this and connect it to that one. And we'll take this one and we'll connect it to that one. And then we'll just take this one out of there. And then we diverted it around. Easy peasy. Oh, I didn't auto-connect that one. Auto-connect. Oh, I did have it on auto-connect. I don't know. Maybe it chose not to auto-connect. Such is the way it goes. Alright. Oh, I didn't want to do that. I was just trying to take out the hypertube, but that's okay. We'll put it in again. Do what we gotta do. Alright. Nudging is getting all weird. Alright. Right here. Up. This way. Up. There we go. Maybe it'll auto-connect in the other direction. Sure will. Alright, cool. Straight. We are going a bit straight. Can't do auto-connect on that one. Supposed to be this way. Oh yeah, curve right there. Curve. Turn our auto-connect on. Control page up to get those angles right. We've got a support there. We'll go ahead and put one hanging out in the bog. We got to fix our power back here. That's just to keep that angle from being too extreme. We got a lot of supports to do later. Okay. I feel like it might be too low. Yep, feeling too low to me, but let's find out. Yep, definitely too low. Bunch of mobs over here. Any of them throw rocks? Nope. Yeah, look at this spot. I don't think I've ever once actually tapped into this node. Thousands of hours of playing the game. Wow, is that a Caterium ore right there? Yeah, there's a Caterium ore right there. Never once, everybody. Not one time have I ever remembered even tapping into that. But now we know. Do we really need to bring that up is the question. Because we could put a really long train station right there, or a pretty decent good train station. Or we could just make the train station go this way. We'd have all this room and then just bring the resources out to the train station. So we don't really need to even curve over there. We can just bring the resources to us. What if we take the curve out? And then let's just put another support over here because I feel like it. This. And then we'll go ahead and build out our train station. So as you can see, I also have some mega stuff for train stations. So you can see it's going right into the train station right there. And you can see it's got a returning track and an incoming track. Then we want to go ahead and figure out what kind of thing we need. Do we need a freight platform, or do we need a gas platform, or a fluid platform? In this case, we're going to do oil, so we need a fluid platform, so we want that to be in there. And we also want to figure out how many fluids we want. We'll probably run the fluid underneath, just so we can keep that on that other side, though I could have turned it, I guess, and done that. But I don't think there's going to be enough room there. I could have left it up high and went over the top and had it fed up into there. I feel smarter to run it over this way. Fred, get out the way! Fred, always in the way. Always being a pain. He's always got to be right where I'm trying to build. All right, there we go. Come on, see? There we go. Okay, dokie, so there's 3 there. How much is this? That's the real question. How much is over here? We might need a spreadsheet. This one is a impure. I might as well just build it. Production, pressurizer. Creature is in the way. Not anymore, they're not. All right, we'll just build it out so we can get a general idea. Oh, we got to activate the thing first. Whoa, something hit me. Or did I hit myself? Not quite hitting him straight on. Oh, I think the oil might have hit me. Alright, enough of this. Nobody else still alive. I can hear him. Anybody else? Wanna die? Okay. Put in our wells. How do I keep getting this thing? Get out of there. What was the other thing? It is the... oh man, I forgot the name of it. Just gonna have to look for it. Zip line. All the stuff we have. Put this in our dimensional depot. Now we're gonna just trash. We got plenty of those in the dimensional depot. Hard drive. What else we got in here? We need this. Oh, it's already full. Rods, we're not even doing that yet. I haven't even done nuclear power yet. I feel like fluids are way better than nuclear power myself. It is what it is. Oscillators, we got those. I'm sure we have most of this other stuff. We'll put that in the sorter later. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to look at how much each of this is extracting as well. So this one is an impure. So this is 30. This one's impure. That's 30. Impure. They're all impures. Apparently so. Yeah. It's actually 50. It's in there, but 30 per. That's really not that much oil. Yeah, 6 impures. Could have just looked at it right there. All right, 6 times 30. Hey Siri, what's 6 times 30? 180. Okay, now we want to go ahead and get our power shards. Overclock the heck out of this baby. It said it right there, by the way. It said 180. Now it's 450. Not a lot of oil, but better than no oil. And really what we're trying to do is make a central train track across here, across the whole world. And then we can tap all of these nodes that are along that train track along the way. I can highlight, stop highlighting. I always do that just in case it gets screwed up. And then again, tap all of these other things, especially all this coal and stuff that we're going to try to grab and bring back. Get this nitrogen. Uranium there we can grab. We got uranium up there we can grab too. Again, that's going to bring it all the way back to the primary base, which is over here. Again, that's probably the longest train track I've ever bothered to make. Clear across the whole entire thing here. And again, little turns and goes under waterfalls and all sorts of fun things. I like it's got Caterium over here too. It's a pure Caterium node. Because I can make stuff over here and then take the final product and run it back if I want to, or make whatever I want to do here. Like you'd want to figure out what Caterium, limestone, and iron mixed together to make something. Whatever that makes, you can make it right there and then run it back. Or you can just run back the raw materials, or you can run back the refined materials. Like you can make a bunch of plates and run them back or whatnot. This you can just make concrete and run it back. Or don't even bother. All right, remove that stamp. So this is 480. So 480 divided by 300 would be 2. So we only need 2 of these. That's what we're trying to figure out. But you know what? I think we'll just leave it as 3. I feel like leaving it as 3. Again, I'm looking at this and see if I could turn it that way. And I could turn it that way if I left it up high and ran it across the top. Yeah. All right, that's what we're gonna do. We are going to back this up all the way back here. Take all of these out as well. Barrel nut this way. What I did is I brought it down so it would be down at that lower level. But what I really need to do is just leave it flat. Run it out and then dip it over so it'll be over the top of that resource, and then I can grab it. So we're going to do that instead. So we're going to go straight one. Sometimes you don't know until you go over there and you test it out, and you decide what you want. We have run a very long train line. You might go, hey, Kismet's not really worth it for 480 oil. Well, there's only so much oil in the game, so it's totally worth it. Absolutely. Again, we'll come back and do all these supports. We've got an absolute ton of them to do, too. Way to make it awkward. Game. Don't make it awkward. All right. Yeah, that's what we need to do. In there. Curving it here. Maybe another straight one. Oh, because of the curve. We'll probably have to fine-tune this a bit, but we'll see how it goes. Let's take this out the way. Do a little nature readjusting. There. Again, we're trying to avoid the actual pump itself. Then we want to go station here. Not blueprint. Auto connect. Now we're going to go use my station blueprints. I feel like they're not right. Turn the auto connect off. Take this and this. Run that to there. here, because we're only going to use a couple of the inputs, so we don't need a lot more room. We just need the room for it to go in and turn around. And we'll see how close we get this. All right. Then auto connect there. And we need our station. It's going to be real close. I'm going to have to back it up just a little bit. Station. And then the turnaround. Oh, wow. All right. Another amazing, just lucky lineup, though I was kind of eyeballing it. Right there, and then auto connect. And you see, I have blueprints that just, oh, wow. Look at that. It actually looks like it's in the wall. Da-da! Look at that magic, everybody. Come on now. That's pretty good, everybody. GG's in the chat. That's an amazing moment right there. That perfectly lined up over there. Wow. All right. Nice. I'll take it any day of the week, everybody. Even if it was just luck. Though I, again, did eyeball it, but we will take it. We'll take it every time. Run this back. Get a nice curve on that one. There we go. And now we made it all the way to the oil. So now all we have to do is connect all the pipes together and then pump all this oil into the side here. Though we are going to be a little close for our storages. I might offset the storages to get them away from this. But look at that, everybody. Look how that lines up. Right over the top of that. So awesome. I'll probably turn all of these this way, and then we'll L-shape. Oh, lost power. We'll L-shape up and end up coming back this way, feed into here. And that's awesome, everybody. All right, everybody. We ran for a long time there. That was a good time to save. We made it. We made it. Boom. All right. Look, we actually got some Satisfactory in. Yeah, GG's. All right, everybody. Sorry I got to rest up to do this all over again. We're going to come back and play some Fallout 4 later tonight. So time for the Kismet Love Trade. Here we go. Man, I feel like that was just like the best play session ever, everybody. Holy mackerel, everything just kept lining up and we kept hitting it just right and the angles were working out. We even got it running under that waterfall and all that stuff. For sure, man. We made it all the way out there, and thus we can tap into that oil, run that oil back, and drop that off as well. So too cool. And we can extend our oil stations. We have a bunch of oil stations that we're making for different trains that will be bringing a bunch of oil in. And then that oil was going to massively backlog, and then we're going to build a massive power station where we'll never have to worry about power again, at least for a minute or two. But that's it for me. Everybody want to head on out of here. Thanks to the people who are going to be scrolling up right over here. And, of course, thanks to all my Patreon supporters down there in the corner. Now, take a quick moment, everybody, to review the old schedule. I'm going to be back tonight, Wednesday, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, if nothing else goes off the rails. And also on Thursday for Fallout 4, we're doing the Rise of the Tycoon Empire. We're doing the ultimate modded playthrough that goes along with that story. Potential bonus stream on Friday, back on Saturday also, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with the server, with my crew, team play. Then, of course, some more 7 Days to Die on Sunday. But really having fun in 7 Days to Die 2.5. I think they've done a phenomenal job, though I am neglecting Outer Worlds 2 and Astroneer. But I'm just having so much fun overcoming all of the challenges that they added to 7 Days to Die. Definitely worth the playthrough. Oh, make it rain. All right, I'm on it there, Boss Hog. There you go. Really am enjoying it. So you haven't done a 2.5 playthrough yet, everybody, highly recommend, whether solo or on team, for sure. Also, you can help out stream, everybody, by following those links you're going to see scroll up in the chat. pop over to youtube.com/KismetBP, hit that subscribe button. If you're already there, even easier, there's a subscribe button right down there. You can hit the like button while you're down there and leave me a comment. And Kismet, the thing I liked the most was the fact that those spiders made you jump 3 feet out of your chair. Whatever you feel like, leaving a comment down below. You can also check out the Twitter, twitter.com/KismetBP. Hit the follow button. Check out the Discord. Check out the website. And again, if you enjoyed the stream, if you laughed, you cried, you learned something along the way today, consider becoming a patron over on patreon.com/Kismet. Again, I do put the blueprints up there, everybody, so you can make your own perfect spiral, and you can just see how I did it on stream, and then make it, and then once you have it down, boom, you're good, everybody, you're good. And again, I suggest you do what I did, put it in your quick bar down there, and just put it in order, so you know, okay, this one goes down first, and this one goes second, and then this one goes third, and this one goes fourth, and then just repeat, and you got yourself a perfect spiral. We made several of them today. Pretty fun. Pretty fun. Again, we brought that all the way across the entire map for the very first time. We've run trains down in the terrain. I've run them up high pretty far, but never down in the terrain where we're going up and down and around things, and we have to adjust for stuff as we're going. And that's typically why I don't do that, because it takes a lot longer, and I just do it up really high and just perfectly straight. But we're going to be tapping as much nose as we can. We're going to try to max out the game until it says you can't do any more in this particular playthrough. So again, this is the mega playthrough, everybody. Having lots and lots of fun. Now, let me go ahead and give you a bunch of Kiscats for being super smart, saying all the way to the end of the stream, just like that. And that's it for me. Again, I will be back tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for some 7 Days to Die. Appreciate each and every one of you. We'll see you later tonight. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norbert. Thanks for watching. This is the sky.